round.
Make a mark, yeah.
Oh, you're going to make a mark.
Yeah.
Right, good morning and welcome to Stirling County Cricket Club, and it's day 3 of the Triple Crown being held here at this wonderful ground. Players are ready, umpires are just getting set, and it's going to be Doug Wiley who is opening the bowling for Scotland. He's number 4. Chris Hewison is going to be opening the batting with James Duffy, the left-hander, as play just looks set to get underway. The left arm orthodox, it's played on the offside nicely. Chris Hewison off the mark straight away. It's going to get held up just at the boundary, but a good throw in. So 2 runs to Hewison. A little bit ragged in the backing up there, but things seem to have come to a standstill. So that's good for England. 2 runs. Bit of gardening there from James Duffy down the wicket. Must-win game for Scotland today. He's right on the money there. And behind us we have Ireland, who are playing Wales on pitch number 2. Nicely forward there by Hewison. And that's come on, nicely played on the onside. Just a single there. So Hewison's underway. Expecting a good crowd today for the this fixture against the old enemy. It's going to be the left-handed Duffy now. We've got the sight screen team here in front of us. Beautiful view here. Got the William Wallace Monument from our viewing point. The 2 chaps from England doing the sight screens, Will Purser and Taki Abbas. They've got the job, the important job. The cameras on the sight screen, so you may see a little bit of flickering. But that needs to just get reset, which it does by Chris Mays, who's doing the scoring for England. And Dave is also doing the scoring for Scotland. That left arm, so no run, fielded on the inside, on the mid-wicket region. We'll run through the teams for you. Had an earlier start today. 10:30. So he looks to finish the over, and that's just going down the leg side. Great viewing point here today. So end of the first over. As Scotland get into the game. Let's just run through the England team for today. Sean Park is captaining the England team. Ryan Canning is keeping wicket. James Duffy, Sean Heather, Chris Hewison, Steve Naylor, Gary Park, Sean Rashid, Chris Peplow, Will Purser, Richard Sims and Taki Abbas. The non-player today is Gareth Young. He's been rested, having had 2 good games in the first 2 games for England. Little movement at the sight screen at the far end. Got a left hand and a right hand. Might need a sight screen team on that end as well. Overcast day here today. We've had 2 glorious days of sunshine here. Most unusual, some say, for Scotland. But it's just got a little bit more blustery today, but we're hoping to get a full game in today. 45 overs per side, 3 power plays, 9 overs per bowler, as it's going to be Dan Stye coming in from the far end, the William Wallace end. Played for South Africa in the over 40s World Cup. Now residing in Scotland and playing his club cricket here. So good to see him, and the sort of trans-international journeys that cricketers take, obviously, as they're finding their new professions and new journeys in life. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Duffy, who's been on fire. That's a good pace. That's good pace. He was certainly the quickest bowler in the over 40s World Cup in South Africa in 2024. And this is quite a placid pitch, and you saw how that got up. It's got good pace. Probably bowls late 70s, early 80s miles per hour, that is. So it'll be quite a challenge for these two batsmen. That's nicely played on the onside. Chris Hewson possibly looking for a second there. No, just turn back. Good backing up there by the Scotland fielder. We'll give you a rundown of the Scottish team in due course. Let's just get into the game here. James Duffy is going to be facing Styer. Oh, that's a cracking shot from Duffy. It's not going to go to the boundary. It's just going to get held up straight over the inner ring on the offside through the extra cover region. Great intent there from Duffy. He was the man of the match yesterday in the game versus Ireland. England had a very convincing win by 8 wickets against Ireland yesterday. Chased down the score of, let's go through the scores actually, give you a little bit of context there. Ireland scored 184 all out, and England were 187 for 2 of 37 overs. Chris Hewson, the man facing. That's nicely played. He also faced Styer in the World Cup, I believe. He's just looking for a little bit of recognition there from Chris Mays, who's to my left, who was the England manager, also doing the scoring today. And Dave, where are you from?
I'm from Fife.
He's from Fife, so big shout out to all those Fifeians. Fifers, that's the right term. Dave's doing the scoring for, and it's going to be a wide. Umpire there, Paul Hoffman, who's standing at the William Wallace end. So you Fifers out there, hope you're listening in. Dave's doing the scoring for Scotland today. Well-known figure in the Scottish scoring fraternity. That's nicely played on the onside. There's the man down there. It'll be just a single. Paul Hoffman is the umpire who's standing at the William Wallace Monument end. Originally from Brisbane. Now, we were just talking about the overseas nationalities. Yeah, he also played a lot of his cricket in New South Wales for Manly. So any of you guys listening in from Australia, you may well know the Hoff. I'm going to refer to him as, I'm sure he won't mind that. But yeah, Hoffy was telling me that he was in a fast bowling competition representing Brisbane. Warwick Adlam was who's a friend of mine, and also played for Mossman, where I played. He was also in the competition. I believe Wick or Warwick won the competition. So there we are. Tony Wiley continuing with his orthodox left arm around. Not seen a lot of turn yet. But, nagging length. That just came back. Just going down the leg side. Hope you're enjoying the coverage today, courtesy of MV Play. Big shout out to the England sponsors in this game. Apex Group, who are the sort of marquee sponsor on the shirts. Oh, and he's out, so he's got an inside edge. And it's the first wicket down for England. First wicket for Dougie Wiley, who picked up a very good 5 wickets against, I think it was Ireland in the first game. And Chris Hewson's absolutely mad about himself, and rightly so. Came down the wicket very early in the England innings here. He's got an inside edge there, and Scotland take their first scalp. Score is 11, and we're in the 3rd over. Richard Sims is the new batsman coming in. His first knock on this tour and Triple Crown, so he'll need to just settle in. The other umpire today, apart from Paul Hoffman, is William Francis, who's from Livingston. So a big shout out to William, who's standing with Paul. In terms of the results so far, I was just going to give you a little bit more context to the Ireland game yesterday. The points table so far shows England being in the lead with 2 wins out of 2 and 6 points. Wales and Scotland both have 3 points, hence it's a must-win game today for Scotland. They have 1 win each and 3 points. Richard Sims to face his first ball. Very accurate, Wiley. Not looking to do too much with the ball, just that nagging length. England batsmen have got to come forward to him. They can't get stuck on the crease on the back foot. A little bit wider there of the 4th stump. And Ireland have yet to register a win. They're playing behind us against Wales. Big shout, as you probably heard, and that's quite wide there from Wiley. Wales are fielding and Ireland are batting. Ireland yet to register their first win and any points on the table, so they'll be keen to make amends for that. Highlights from yesterday's game for England against Ireland. Ireland 184 all out. England chased them down 187 for 2. John Anderson, the ex-international for Ireland, was 51. He scored 51 off 57 balls, and the England seniors chased down the total for the loss of 2 wickets. Chris Hewson was 33 off 53 balls. James Duffy, the man of the match, with 68 off 88 balls, and the irrepressible Gary Park was 43 off 45 balls. So it's going to be Duffy who's going to be facing Steyer's second over. Score is 12 off 3. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge. Don't know where he was looking to leave that. It's good pace from Steyer. Forward. Duffy's on the ball currently. Richard Sims, he's not out. Score is actually 11 for 1. Scoreboard showing 12, but the monitor that I'm looking from has 11, so not quite sure where we are on the score there, but I'm sure it'll get regularised. Steyer's coming in, and that's a little bit wayward, wide down the leg side. 1 more to the total. Oh, that's a wild swing from Duffy. Didn't need to do that. That's a little bit of frustration there. Certainly not to the pitch of the ball. Just run through the Scotland side. Dan Steyer, who's bowling now, he's got number 10 on the back of his shirt. Stuart Campbell, Sean Kutzer is the, if I pronounced that correctly, hope I have, Sean. Apologies if I haven't. That's played just down through the third man region. Good bounce there for Duffy. Ryan Hepburn. Ryan Watson, who scored a very fine 61, I believe, in the first game. Adnan Mufti. Raj, I haven't got a surname for Raj, but I'll get one for you. Waruna, I've been told. And Chris Kelty, David Holloway, Dougie Wiley, Drew Parsons, and there was one more to come as I took this note. There's one more run, and Richard Sims is off the mark. Please feel free, if you've got any questions or points of view, love to hear from you on the England Seniors website, which you can find via YouTube. There's a link that's posted there. Nicely back there by Duffy. It's good length from Steyer here. Just testing Duffy. Yeah, we'd love to hear from you. Predicted score, what you've had for breakfast, anything. Yeah, just interest in Scotland cricket, over 40s, even the over 50s as well, who've just joined the IMC, and the over 60s as well. Be good to hear from you in Scotland. So scores moved on to 14 for 1. Duffy's on 1, and Duffy's on 5, apologies. Sims is on 1. Big shout behind me. Wiley's coming in for his third over. That's the line that he's looking to bowl. That nagging length, just around about leg stump, with a little turn, hopefully, to take the middle or off peg out. That's a little bit wider. Certainly a good length. Day 3 today of the Triple Crown. It's been a wonderful tournament. The tournament director, who's just alongside me, Paul Coffey, always gone back to that. Be careful, that one is too low. We'll wrap him on the pads. It's been a superb tournament. Paul Coffey's organised that, along with Stevie, who's been an absolute trooper, sorting out everything, and all the guys. JT here at the club, Stirling County Cricket Club. It's been a wonderful occasion. Been great hosts. Weather's been put on for us as well. And that's a great line and length there from Wiley. England not looking to take any chances here. Field's pretty traditional, although they've got 3 out already. They've got a deep mid-wicket, long on and long off. Everyone else is in the ring. No slip. That's a play to the long on region. I'm quite surprised they've got the long on and long off so early into Wiley's spell, because he's bowled very well. That was an easy single there, which could have been cut off with a more traditional mid on. Okay, end of the 5th over, and the scores moved on to 15 for 1. Mid-wicket conference there, sharing a few thoughts there. Duffy with Sims. I'd like to give you a little bit of background as well to Richard Sims, who's a very talented all-round cricketer. Other sponsors for England, I'd just like to run through that Apex Group. Gentlemen and Players, Team Travel Management, who've been involved in a lot of the travel management for England over 40s when they've been overseas, and DeLonghi, who provide the Man of the Match award thank you to all those companies for your sponsorship. And that's a little bit quicker there. Just, I think, got him on the glove actually. One run, another run to the total. 15 for 1 brings James Duffy, the left-hander, on strike. Sean Coetzer just looking at his field, just moving the man out to the long-off region there. Got a wideish third man and a wideish fine leg to the left-handed Duffy. Plays that on the onside for no run to the mid-wicket region. Very traditional square leg, mid-wicket, extra cover, point and cover. I think that pretty much is the order of the day here today in terms of the field positionings. Just outside your screen, so I like to give a little bit of context. And it's gone through the edge. That's 4 runs, gone through the slip cordon. Little statement of intent there, perhaps from Duffy. Streaky there. 4 more to the total. One of the things for England is a number of the batsmen haven't batted so far in this Triple Crown tournament. So it's going to be interesting to see how they adapt. That's gone down the leg side. That's going to be a wide, which it is, signalled by umpire Hoffman. So it's going to be interesting to see how they adapt to the conditions. Pitches have played better as the days have gone on. A little bit tacky to start with, which you would expect. But as the sun's shone and it's been dry, it's been great cricket. Good cricket wicket. Something in it for the bowler, and that's a cracking shot from Duffy. He's smashed that through the mid-wicket region. 4 runs there. Little smile on the face, I think, from Dan Steyer there. He won't be too worried about that, though. There's always an opportunity for, a snick to the keeper. That might well go for 4, and it does. So it's another 4 for England. It's starting to race ahead here. Duffy loving the ball coming on quickly to the bat, and it's running quickly to the outfield. So 4 more to the total. Takes a score on to 29 for 1. Duffy's moved on to 17 in really quick, smart fashion. Little bit of a momentum change of that 4 from Duffy. The first 4 of this over, and that's nicely forward. Covered all of that. Good comeback from Steyer there, who I understand is getting married. I'm looking over at Dave, and Dave has confirmed that he's getting married on Saturday. Which means he's missing a game. I love that. Yes, very important that. He's missing a game on Saturday to get married. Nice crowd forming today. And we have some special guests who will be coming alongside me today to commentate. I won't let you in on those secrets, so we keep you very much attentive. And there's a big shout behind, and looks like Wales have taken a wicket against Ireland. Big shout here. Beautiful grounds here at Stirling County. You've got 2 grounds. The number 1 ground is where England are playing Scotland, which you're viewing now. And that's nicely played by Sims. Dougie Wiley continued, and then the second ground is about 5-6 foot, well, maybe a little bit more, 8 foot above, and Ireland are playing Wales there. That's cut through the offside. single there. There's a big shout for a direct hit. Not out is the call from umpire Hoffman. It was a great throw. Looked as though he was just in, but it's not a great view from where I am. Umpire Hoffman, very accomplished umpire, was unmoved. Ryan Hepburn is the keeper as well for Scotland today. Sorry? Oh, David Holloway, apologies. Must have swapped numbers then. I've got number 6 here. Oh, yes, I see what you've done. Yep. Sorry, David Holloway is the keeper for Scotland today. That's nicely played and well fielded in the mid-wicket region. A few aching bodies around today, naturally. Some of the lads probably haven't played as much cricket in 3 days as they have today, so 3 games of cricket on the trot. That's well played by Duffy. One more to the total. That ball just thrown up a little bit more, looking to try and get Duffy to take some bait there. But with the man out quite well on the boundary at long on, he's unlikely to be smashing that over his head for 6 at this stage of the game. That's very good bowling from Wiley. Nice reply, a bit quicker. The sweep shot, which you're seeing that Richard Sims is looking to perfect there, is one that I think to Wiley might prove troublesome. He's a very accurate bowler. Right, score's moved on. 31 for 1 is the score. Sims is on 4 and Duffy's on 18. Accumulated his runs with some fine shots on the leg side. And other than that, 4 in the previous over. Score on the other game, Ireland versus Wales, looks as though it's 20 for 3. Ireland are. So they seem to be struggling a little bit. Off 7. Oh, thank you. It's cold. Oh, it's all right. I'm trying to drink it. Right. We've got to change of bowling. And it's going to be Ryan Hepburn. Good start from him. Right arm. I think they look like little medium pacers from where I am. I'm not sure whether he's looking to tweak it, but he's just nibbling it off the seam. Right arm. Yeah, little right arm risals, I'm told, by Dave. He's been doing it for years. So, yeah, and just nibbling away. No slip in for Scotland. So, obviously looking to work on getting the bowler bowled or caught, but no close catches. It's only 33 for 1, the current score. Very traditional field again, ring field here. Backward point, extra cover, well, sort of more round to, yeah, I suppose extra cover, long on, that's nicely forward, long on, long off, mid-wicket, quite a bit straighter, square leg, fine leg, and then a man down at deep mid-wicket. So looking to cut off that shot from Duffy, as he looks just sort of gesticulating there. He's looking to put that over the mid-wicket. There is quite a big gap there, as you'd be hitting over to the River Forth side of the ground. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge. There's a single there, easy single. There might be two actually if they're not quick enough. Just one to the total there. I think they were looking for two. End of the over, and that takes the score on to 34 for 1. 37 overs remaining. There's still plenty of overs left in this game for the England innings. I'm not sure what a past score is today. Whenever I've tried to predict a score, I've been completely way out. So I would have thought, I don't think any team has got over 200 runs on this track in the last two games. So I would suspect England will be looking for a little bit of scoreboard pressure. So 220 to 240. Bearing in mind where we are at the moment, might be a target. Wiley to continue, coming over the wicket, just a little inside edge. This easy single, could be two. No, turns him back. Good throw there. Yeah, tiny throw. No two there. Screen's just getting moved again. Wiley will just be offering it up a little bit more, just trying to get the batsman Sims driving, to try and get a bit of a nick, although there's no slip there. There he is, there's that one. He's just offering that up a little bit there. That's good bowling, quite a strong ring there, if you pardon the expression. A little shorter, played off the back foot, one run there, well watched by Sims. They probably have the fielders a little bit more straighter to the left arm, Wiley. They're quite wide, trying to get him, offering it up there, get him driving rather than cutting the ball. Not a lot of bounce. Stump high, maybe just for the... That's lovely use of the feet there from Duffy. Nice crowd starting to build here. I think one of the Scotland over 50s players was here a little earlier, which was nice to see. Oh, looks as though he was just looking to dab that down the third man region. That's very well bowled by Wiley, just to complete the over there. 36 for 1 is the score. Sims on 5, Duffy's on 22. 36 overs remaining, so good start. 3 power plays, as I was saying earlier. 15 overs. I think they're going to have a drinks break. 15 overs. 30, and then to the final 15. Can have 3 players out of the ring in the first 15, then 4 players, then 5 players in the third power play. We are using a pink Duke's ball today under IMC rules, so 12 players can be played, and they'll be rotating a player off and having a non-designated batter. Right, I'm changing the field for the right-handed Sims here. More of a deep square. Yep, he's coming round. A little bit of a movement there. The Scotland fielder coming round to a more mid-wicket region on the boundary. That's driven, and that's a great piece of fielding in the offside. A little bit of miscommunication in the middle, could have been a run out, but Sims goes back. containing nicely. Sims here is content to just keep prodding forward. Something's got to give soon. Just a little bit of frustration might creep in. And no run there. That's very well bowled by Hepburn. I always remember a bowler who played cricket for Hertfordshire, a man called Alan Garofal, a wonderful bowler who used to bowl like this, but he used to bowl little away swingers and then would get you with the in-swinger. No need for lots of pace, just lots of movement, and the swing-in ball will get most cricketers out, whether it's an in-swinger or an out-swinger. All big shout behind us as well. The Welsh, they're up for it. They've got 3 wickets from Ireland there. 22 for 3. They smell a bit of blood. Ireland need to get a win. They don't want the wooden spoon. Doug Wiley to continue. Wheeling away with his left arm orthodox. He's going to be coming over the wicket to the left-handed Duffy. Wind. I get the old wind off with the mic here. Had some quite wintry winds yesterday. Just looking at these beautiful trees on the River Forth side. I'm sure it's calm by Scottish standards. Wiley to continue. Left arm. That's nicely played off the back foot. Good contact there from Duffy. But a good field set for the bowling of Wiley here. It's got a deep long on and long off. Likes a little bit of defence there. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge. It's a big shout and it's been driven out. LBW. So caught behind. Second wicket for England to fall. Smart catch off the bowling of Wiley. And the score is on 36. Very smart catch there by David Holloway. Just a little bit of width there. Duffy, not sure whether he was going forward or coming back. Got an edge on that and he was given out. Umpire Francis had no hesitation. So that sees the end of Duffy for a fine 22 off 29 balls. And the first time he has been out in this Triple Crown, so he's got an average, but a small consolation for him. He was looking for a big score today. So 2 wickets down for England, 36 for 2. Sean Park is the new batsman. He's captaining England in this Triple Crown. He's done a great job using his bowlers wisely. Hasn't had a bat in this competition yet. Does like the reverse sweep. I'm sure we'll see that employed. Usually a very solid and well organised batsman. I do like the sort of simplicity of what Sean Park does. Keeps the bowlers guessing, but he has a game plan, always against the bowlers. That's well left. It's a little bit of turn there, but quite wide, yes. Giving us a wide there. Umpire Francis. There's a little smile on the face from Wiley there. He didn't think he was going to get away with that. Oh, that's a shout for LBW, just going down the leg side. That's what I was saying. England do not want to be going back to this bowler. Bowls a really good line and length. Or sweeping. Sweeping is another probable no-no. Oh, that again. That was right on the middle stump there, that ball. Head on the hands for Wiley here. He's looking to finish with a flourish this over. 2 for 9 so far. Oh, that just got up a little bit. That's a great bit quicker, that ball. Oh, that one kept low. It's a little bit variable bounce. Going down the leg side though. And that's the end of a very fine over. 6 overs gone for Wiley. 2 for 9. And a very, very big wicket of James Duffy there, the left-hander for England. So 37 for 2 England. Sims is on 5 and Sean Park without scoring. Good start from Scotland here. Pressure on the England batsmen. They've only lost 2 wickets in the previous 2 games, so they'll be looking to obviously use all their strength and talent in the batting, which goes all the way down. So lots of batting to come for England. Sims to face. That's good bowling. It's tight and tidy. A little shorter there. Didn't quite get on top of that. Not looking as positive as I've seen Richard Sims in the past batting at the moment. A little bit hesitant, just getting to know the wicket. 37 for 2, England. That's nicely driven. Fielder there. They brought the man in from long off to a more traditional mid-off, which I think is a good move. Scotland have got to keep the pressure on the batsman here. That's great bowling. That's a really good over from Hepburn there. That was a maiden, and he's bowled his 3 overs, 0 for 3 so far. I was going to tell you a little bit about Richard Sims, a character in terms of over 40s cricket. He's played a lot of club cricket. Well, he is a Zimbabwean cricketer. He's a very good all-rounder, bats middle order and bowls also right arm off break. Good driver of the ball and a big straight hitter. Now, you may not know, which I'm sure you don't, he made his international debut in 2002 in a one-day international against Pakistan. So that's the calibre of the man out there batting today as Wiley's coming in. Left arm around, orthodox. Played off the legs there. No run to Park. He went into bat first. Pakistan had reached 305 for 2 and 50 overs, and Sims is bowling 9 wicketless overs for 49. That was his introduction to international cricket. He then batted 10, scored 7 not out as Zimbabwe notched up 295 for 9 in their 50 overs. So they didn't quite make the Pakistan total, but it was a really good effort. That's got a little bit more bounce on it, a more traditional left arm orthodox ball. It's probably more 5th or 6th stump there. That's cut. There's a quick run through there. He was right off the mark there. Sims, so 1 run to Park. He's off the mark now. Seen a few balls from Wiley. Yep, quick single, well ran through. Good piece of fielding there, but easy single in the end. Right, end of the over. Not too much happening there, apart from a couple of singles. 39 for 2. 30. I think it's 39 for 2. Yep, that'll be. Sims is on 6, and Sean Park has just got the 1 run to his name at the moment. The other pitch, 29 for 3. Ireland off their 10 overs. So a good start by Wales. It was interesting watching John Anderson bat yesterday, and how he loved, knows his game. Was doing a lot of sweeping in front of square. That's nice, nicely driven off the back foot. Looks as though that's going to run away to the boundary. That's a great shot off the back foot there from Sims. So 4 more to the total, takes the score on to 43. Much needed 4 there. A little bit of a lull in the England scoring there for a time. Oh, that's just popped up a little bit. Came forward there. It was going down the leg side, but just came off the leading edge. All uppish with a man at short extra. Just short of him. He's looking to drive, as I was saying earlier, likes to drive the ball. Long on will come in, just pick that up just outside your screen, and just the 1 run to the total there. Park facing, so gets a long way across his stumps there, just a single. So Nurdles and another single there to the total. Takes England on to 45 for 2. Again, just a single there into the mid-wicket region. 46 for 2 is the score at the end of that over. Very good over there from Hepburn. He's currently 0 for 10 off 4. Wiley to continue, he's wheeling away. Just looking at some of the faces of the Scotland fielders as they come towards us. There's a few grimaces. Oh, the body, the bones, the aches, the pains. Yeah, it's a lot of cricket, and in the World Cup they have 7, 8 games in the... Oh, that could have easily gone on. He's gone back. Wiley's been quite prodigious in just keeping the ball in the right areas today. Could have been his 3rd wicket. And that's cut, and the man's there. No run. Got to try and keep that ball down. Just getting a little bit of bounce as it comes up to the batsman, and oh, that's gone on the onside, and there's a little bit of a misfield, but no run. Had the pleasure of speaking to Andrew Leonard, who's playing for Ireland today. He's an ICC commentator, and that's driven hard. Man it long off. Might be a 2 there. No, that's a good piece of fielding. Just 1 more to the total for Sims. Yeah, just coming back to Andrew Leonard. Tells me he spends 330 days of the year travelling. It's incredible, doing commentary for ICC. All the sort of the pathway side of the game, where in the lower ICC group stages, teams like Nepal, Netherlands, Jersey, Scotland commentates on those games. What a wonderful life, doing something you enjoy, and no doubt getting paid reasonably well for it, I'm sure. Right, it's going to be the end of the first power play, and the drinks are coming on for the Scotland players. Currently the score is 47 for 2. Sims is on 13 and Sean Park's on 2. We're going to have a short break and we'll come back to you in about 5 minutes. Welcome back. So we're just discussing refreshments there, and mine's not a lager or a bitter. It's a cup of tea actually, and we're continuing. A single there to Sims. Nice again from Sean Park, just playing it into that gap there. He's just positioned there. It's not a 2. He's coming in. That's Dan Steyer, who's out there on the boundary at the long on region. He's just cutting off that 2, so there's a single there. Hepburn continuing, coming forward. Nice from Sims there. Just biding his time. I'll run through the Scotland team as the hosts for this Triple Crown. Been wonderful hosts. And a nice warm Scottish welcome. That's a great piece of fielding. Chris Kelty is the man there at the extra cover region. Pick that up through into the feet of the keeper. He won't be too pleased with that. But, ooh, that just jumped a little bit. It's just getting up. We'll hear a little bit on the mic. Apologies for that. On the other pitch, as we see the end of that over, Ireland are 41 for 4 or 13. So that's a little bit of a turn up for the books, being 4 wickets down, but the Welsh have got their danders up. They've really sort of owned the games as the tournament's gone on. Lost to England in the first game. Quite badly actually. There were 79 all out against England, who just felt very easy. Still Doogie Wiley to continue. I've tried to say that with a little bit of a Scottish pronunciation. It's got a little bit fresher here today. Winds just picking up. Low cloud cover, sort of dark grey clouds. Oh, look, he thought about it. He thought about it there, Park. It's just thrown up there by Wiley. Oh, that's nicely played off the leg there. He's looking hard for a 2, which he's going to get. Raj Varuna is the fielder out there, the wicket region. Pick that up nicely, one hand throw. It's got the old throwing arm going. And that's very well bowled. That was right on the stumps. Park just going about his business. England currently 51 for 2 or 16 overs. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge. That was a drive, but no purchase off the bat for Park there. So end of a very good over again from Wiley. I think that's the end of his spell as well. So just slowly wait for the score to tick over, but I think that's the end of his spell. 9 overs. Oh, thank you, Stevie. Good man, thank you, sir. Steve has kindly provided us with refreshments. Oh, it's been fantastic. The hosting that Scotland seniors have done here, made sure everyone's been looked after. Had some great food last night. Had a curry last night, and all the players. I think Stevie gave a nice speech, which thanked all the catering staff, all those that were helping out. JT, who was running the bar, the groundsman and the scorers, and Alan Lewis provided a nice response as well and a reply, and reminded the bar JT that we'd managed to drink them dry, and all the kegs of beer that they'd ordered had gone. That was 10 kegs. They've been busy restocking. Very vital after cricket. Players enjoying their cricket, loving meeting new players, meeting old acquaintances. A lot of these guys have proed at clubs, both in England and I think some of the guys from England have certainly played against players from Scotland when they've come down south or they've played in Scotland. So we've got a change of bowling. It's going to be Adnan Mufti with his right arm. That's just played down to the long-on region. And Sims for one. Let's just run through the Scotland side because I haven't done that yet. I've got from Dave the full side with all the numbers, so it makes my job a little easier. Adnan Mufti, who's bowling her, is just organising his field. Right-handed pass. One behind on the wideish 45 in the square leg. Oh, that's missed everything. Oh, he's been given out, LBW. Thought he got a glove on that, but he's been given out, LBW, by the umpire Hoffman there as the ball went down to the boundary. So third wicket falls for England. LBW, 52 for 3 England. Sean Park is the player that's out for 5. And he trudges off. Richard Sims is the man still at the other end. He's currently on 15 not out. He's just looking to play that reverse sweep that he does like to employ. Proved fatal for Sean Park. New batsman coming in is Ryan Canning for England. He's also the wicket keeper for England. Let's just go through the Scotland side. So Adnan Mufti, who's taken that wicket. He plays his cricket actually in Edinburgh South. And Raj Varuna, he's got number 2 on his shirt. Chris Kelty is number 3 on his shirt. Dougie Wiley, who we've seen bowling with his slow left arm orthodox, number 4. Sean Kutzer is the captain, plays his cricket at Stonywood Dice. Number 6 is David Holloway. Number 7, Johannes van E. Number 9, there is no number 8, just to confuse things, Ryan Hepburn. Number 10, Dan Steyer, who plays his cricket at Falkland Cricket Club. Number 11, Drew Parsons. Number 12, Stuart Campbell, also a product of Falkland Cricket Club. And Ryan Watson, who plays at Forfarshire. He's got number 13. So good start from Scotland here. 3 wickets down, or 3 England wickets down. So time for Ryan Canning to impose himself on this game. Change in the field there. As Canning just gets himself set. Not looking to get caught on the back foot here. Nice forward there. No dramas there for Canning. Should be a single there for Canning, so he's off the mark for that little on drive. Oh, that's a quick single from Sims, and quickly through from Canning. He's very lively between the wickets. Both of these two very quick runners. Pushes the score on to 54 for 3. 27 overs left. So plenty of overs left, but only 7 wickets for England left. They'll be looking for a score in excess of 200. And we're going to have a change of bowling. It's going to be Ryan Hepburn coming on from the commentary end. Obviously Mufti likes to bowl from the William Wallace in. Wiley's finished his spell. 2 for 14 off his 9 overs. Very fine spell of slow left arm orthodox bowling. Sean Coetzer is the captain, just marshalling the Scottish fielders. Ryan Hepburn to come in from the commentary end. A little bit fuller on the leg side, just swept off his legs, but no run. There's a man behind there. That's Mufti, who's just behind square. That's Stuart Campbell, who's just coming in from long on to cut off the 2. Canning just looking for that second there, but that was cut off. The man at long off is Johannes van E. Those 2 fielders are going to be in the game here. England looking to punch it down the ground. Not much opportunity for cutting or pulling from these 2 bowlers who've bowled a really good line and length. There we saw, it was right on the stumps there. See Sean Coetzer's just come into that short extra, just looking for that ball that pops up to the new batsman there, Canning. Okay, that's very well played, but good field set by Coetzer here. He's got a deep square for the big hitting Sims, long on, long off. Other than that, everyone else is in the ring. That's just come off the inside edge. Again, good fielding. Good field there, and quickly round the Scotland team. So end of the over, 55 for 3. So not too much progress for England. Off 7, I think that's, sorry, is 18 overs. 18 overs remaining. Sorry, I do apologise. 18 overs gone. 19 overs gone. I'll get my maths right soon. 26 remaining. 55 for 3. Oh, that's nice. Yes, thank you, Paul. Richard Sims is the man facing now. There was a name that Paul just mentioned to me. Neil Watson, lovely man, who organises cricket, plays a lot of his, well, played a lot of his cricket, I think, Western Province Cricket Club. Neil, I'm sure, will correct me on that if that's incorrect, but Sims just comes down the track. Mufti's bowling a really good line and length here. No opportunity for Sims to drive the ball, which he likes to do. That's a good sweep, no man out there. That's going to be 4 runs, so he's just taken that from outside off stump and put that over the deep square region for 4 runs. Yeah, Neil Watson. Hello, Neil. Hope you're well. Still running his fabulous tours to South Africa. Cricketers. It's a quick single there. There was an LP appeal, but that was going down the leg side. Umpire Hoffman there, just signalling that. That was more in hope than anything. Should be a single that, which there is. Canning just playing it down the ground again. England just content to keep the scoreboard ticking over with singles and then the odd 4. 5, 6 and over seems to be the order of the day. Run rate's a little bit less than that. the moment, but that'll pick up. We've got 7 wickets still to come. Everyone can bat, so they'll be looking to impose a reasonable total of around about 200, I would imagine, for the Scotland team. England have got 4 spinners in the side today. Looking at the potential bowling lineup, there are 4 spinners, 2 medium pacers, Gary Clark, Sean Rashid, Will Purser, so 3 medium pacers there. And that'll be a test for the Scotland batsman. Just a single there, quickly onto it, Canning, very quick between the wickets. Should be a good matchup. Sims and Canning. They're just looking to see off Hepburn, who's put in his 7th over now. For 14. So again on the stumps. That's a little bit of a misfield there from the Scotland fielder. Should be 2 runs. Great fielding there. Johannes van Ee. And 2 runs to the total there for Sims. Moves him on to 23. Hello.
How are you?
Hi, Omar.
You well, I recognize the
You
face,
do,
man.
you
I
do.
recognize
A
the
very,
face.
very
Good to see
special
you.
man there.
How are you, sir?
That's
Lovely,
a very, very special
He's
man
a
who's
small
just
world,
arrived. Yeah, Omar Henry, who's come
to
into the commentary area and the scoring area. How great to see you. Are you going to come and say a few words for us later, or whenever
yes,
you're ready?
Definitely. You give me a call and I'll join
Okay,
you. All right.
I'll leave you in
Lovely,
the capable hands of Paul, but whenever you're ready, please come and join me.
problem.
That would be wonderful. I remember you from South Africa,
Yes.
and I'm sure that there's people we can talk about.
We'll definitely have it.
Yeah, lovely.
Okay, see you. Enjoy it.
Yeah, take care. Wonderful to see Omar Henry, who's going to be the president of Scotland Cricket. We'll get to find out a little bit more about that. There's 1 more to the total for Sims. So there we are, end of the over. Hepburn 0 for 19 off his 7. He's bowled very economically. England 67 for 3. Sims is on 25. He's taken 50 odd balls to get there. Canning a little bit quicker strike rate. He's on 4 or 5. So still looking to get some purchase out of this wicket with singles. There's a crowd starting to build here today. England-Scotland fixture over 40s. Lovely to see people here watching this very high standard of cricket. England team just to my left, and Chris Mays and Dave, the 2 scorers. And then coming in, Buffy to continue. Bowling a very, very good line and length here. Good use of the feet there, just negating any turn from Sims. But 20 overs have gone, so it's a steady start from England. And that's just looked to turn that on the onside. Quick run through there from Canning. Very, very quickly run through. Nearly a run out there. Diving throw there. Chris Kelty is the fielder who came in at pace. Underarmed it. That was really good fielding there. Scotland right on it here. Putting pressure on the England batsman. All that just leapt up a little bit. Canning just set off looking for a single. That's laid nicely off the back foot there. That's a nice statement of intent from Canning. 4 runs through the point region. His first 4 of the innings for him. It's just played down the third man region, just a single. Chris Kelty, the fielder there, sliding and then throwing the ball in. One more to the total. Takes England into the 70s now. 73 for 3. 22 overs gone. 23 remaining. Score of 200. Certainly looks on the on the cards. England can't afford to lose any more wickets though. Need to build a partnership here, these two. Quick running between the wickets and then some big hitting from Sims and Canning. And 7 overs so far, 0 for 19. It's bowled a lovely line and length. Nibbling away, and a good piece of fielding there. Brian Watson, the fielder there. Faces cricket at 4-5 Shire. 4-5 Shire. That's off the back foot, no run. That's good fielding here from the Scotland team, keeping it very tight in that inner ring. Not giving the batsman anything. That's a very good over so far. 4 dot balls. Yep, quick single there. Sims set off straight away. One more to the total. That's a very fine over. So 0 for 20 off 8 overs. For Hepburn. He's got one more left in the bag. He'll carry on, and then we'll see a change in the bowling from the commentary end. England currently 74 for 3. Let's have a look on the other pitch, and yeah, a little bit of a resurgence from Ireland. 71 for 4. Simon Jones is the bowler coming in with his left arm. For another run. Lovely seeing John Anderson back yesterday. Obviously first class for Ireland batsman. His stroke play was impeccable. Exactly the shots that he needed to play against the bowling. Execution was just sublime, really. Right, Mufti to continue with his right arm. Or spin. Oh, and that's been missed. It's gone down the leg side. That's going to be 4. Should be 5 wides. Oh, it's just been held up. The ball just didn't creep over the line, the boundary line. So just that now. They ran 2. Ran 2. Is that 3? 3 there. Just confirming that for the scorers. Play off the back foot. That's going to run away to the boundary. Should be held up. Raj Varuna is the fielder there. That's good running from these two. So 3. 3 more to the total. A little bit of urgency now starting to come into the England innings here. 80 for 3. A little bit fuller there, and that's a beautiful shot, executed beautifully through the extra cover region by Sims for 4 runs. A little bit loose here this over from Mufti, and he's been punished. He's in his 4th over. Here. That's better. That's a really good reply there from Mufti. 2 excellent balls right on the money. What Sims got in his locker here? He's looking to play that in the long on region. Canning's looking to put pressure on the fielder. It's, Dan Steyer, the fielder there, comes in. He's got a good arm on him, so there's no 2 there. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge. There's an appeal for LBW, but he was a long way outside. Long way outside or stump there, and I didn't see any impact in line. So end of the over. Mufti came back very well there. 1 for 25 off his 4 overs so far. That very important wicket. A little bit of a conference here between the captain. I think in that huddle, Ryan Watson and Sean Kutzer just discussing options. Hepburn's in his last over. He's currently 0 for 20. Bowled really well. Easy single there. Stuart Campbell is the man who coming in from long on. Again, that's a very well bowled ball. Right on it. I'm just nibbling away, just looking for that little chink in the armour of the batsman. No pace really on the ball, but just again there. Got his field set right. Run there. Great fielding there from Campbell. He came in from long on just to stifle any thoughts of a second run there. Last ball of the over. The end of the over. That's a very, very fine 9 over spell there from Hepburn. 0 for 22 off his 9 overs. Oh, very well. So 2 bowlers from the commentary end have bowled very well. Dougie Wiley and young Hepburn. I did like the way that Ryan Hepburn went about his business. So we've got a change of bowling now. So we've had Mufti on for a few overs. He's going to be changed now. New bowler. Dan Styers coming back. It's as though they're bowling him in shorter spells, and going to have a player replacement. Might be Doug Wiley coming on. He's delighted about that, young Wiley. He's got another 5 overs off. I think you can only have a maximum of 10 overs off. Now that's a big 6. It's come over from the other ground. Ireland currently looks like 62, that might be 68 now for 4. Dan Styers coming into Canning. 2 South Africans, one facing the other. Ryan Canning, a product of cricket in South Africa, played for the Cape Cobras, and also got to remember his club, but he did tell me. But obviously Dan Styers coming in as well from South Africa. Oh, that's got good pace. He's just letting him know there. Around about shoulder height there, just looking to play that sort of lap shot down to the third man region. Tell you a little bit about Ryan Canning. He's keeping wicket. He's a right-handed bat. He played for the Cape Cobras and Western Province and Boland back in South Africa. That's a smashing shot. 2 full there from Styers and dealt with by Canning. Smashed that through the extra cover region. He's been an overseas professional for a number of clubs in the UK. Actually, I've got here Falkland Cricket Club. He used to play for Cricket Club down in Devon, Wolverhampton Cricket Club, Oxford Cricket Club, Nelson Cricket Club, that very famous club in Lancashire, and the Ribblesdale Wanderers, where he currently plays his club cricket. As he comes in and he's facing Styers. That's short and cut, and that's gone under the body of Kelty, and that's going to be 4 more to the total. So he likes the ball coming on. He's really pushing the score on now for England. A shake of the hand from Sims as Canning goes past him. He's starting to impose himself. I think the slower the bowling, the more opportunity for wickets here, it seems to be. To my mind, the quicker it's coming on, these two seem to revel. Certainly Canning is. That pace on the ball. He's just played that down to the third man region. Campbell's the fielder who picks up and throws in. So it's a good over for England. 9 off the over. So Dan Styers has been quite expensive. He's been 0.34 or 4. I'm surprised if he's going to bowl as 9. He's probably have to bowl him a lot fuller. He's just too short on this wicket. Not him personally, but the ball. Right, we've got a change of bowling. Looks as though it's going to be Johannes van Ee, tall man. A little bit more about Ryan Canning, the England batsman there. He has the nickname of Plank, which is something that he's been coined, not because he's thick as 2 short planks, but he sees himself as a tall man with short legs, which I think is lovely. So Johannes van Ee is the new bowler coming on. I love the nicknames the players give and the little things that they do. So on the other pitch number 2, Wales have taken 5 Ireland wickets now. 89 is the score, or 69. I'm at a very oblique angle to get that, but 21 overs gone. Canning to face. It's a good start. Good start, right on the stumps there. Just played into the, squirted off the inside edge there. Scores moved on to 97 for 3 for England as they approach the 100 mark. Short, pulled, and that's gone right the way to the boundary very quickly. So you can't bowl there to Sims. 4 runs, and that takes England over the 100 mark now, 101 for 3. And Sims moves on to a very fine 36.
Every so often we get 3 days.
And that's driven off the back foot by Sims. It's going to be another 4. So just 2 short from Johannes van Ee here. And Sims is right onto it. Moves him on to 40. His first knock of this tournament, and he's really imposing himself on this Scotland team here. The dark blue of Scotland versus the light blue of England. Scores moved on to 105 for 3. And it's definitely on the other pitch, 90 for 5 off 22, Ireland. So a little bit of a resurgence from them, but 5 wickets down. And that's pulled. There is a man out there. I think that's Raj Varuna. Yep, good throw in from him. Just one bounce into the keeper. He's patrolling that boundary pretty much from deep square all the way through mid-wicket. Nice on drive there, no run. Right, that's the end of the over. Johannes van Ee. He's currently bowled 1 over, 0 for 10. Little right arm medium pace, just looking to come into the batsman there. Third day for these cricketers. They'll be feeling a little bit of strain on the knees and the joints. The arms, all the muscles, it takes it out of you. 3 games of cricket. Although a lot of the lads are playing regularly, they won't have played this much cricket, I'm sure. Starr to continue in his 5th over. Onto the pads, going down the leg side there. Sims, he was just looking to whip that off his leg. Short, oh, pulled. He was looking to pull that through the square leg region. No run there. A bit shorter there from Starr. It's got a lovely action, very classical, beautiful run in. Nice approach to the and load up. Seems it looks pretty effortless as you see him coming in there. And the shorter again. And that's picked up and thrown, but quickly and easily through there from Sims, deciding to just plunge it on the offside. Moves him on to 42. And the score is currently 107 for 3. 27 overs gone. Canning's providing great support for Sims here, and he's starting to play out in his own right. That's nicely played down to the third man region. Could be 2 there. There's just a little bit of a slip there. Didn't take advantage of that, England. But great fielding from Campbell there. He's just slipped on the ground as he threw it from the ground. That was a really good, fine piece of fielding. A little big smile on his face there as he gets up from the ground. Big man, tall man, got down quickly there. Might have done himself a little bit of an injury, by the looks of things. That's good running. That's good running from Sims. Just a single there. Chris Kelty is the fielder at the point region who picked up. End of the over. Scotland getting through their overs very quickly here. 28 overs gone. Dan Styers currently 0 for 37 off his 5 overs. And the score is 109 for 3. So, this is the bowler England need to be looking to take some runs off. He's the 5th bowler for Scotland. They'll be looking to target him. A little bit quiet in the outfield for Scotland here. A bit more positivity perhaps required. It's gone down the leg side. No fielder there catching that, but there is a fielder there. Just a single. A little bit aerial. Mufti is the man just behind square. He's about 5, 6 in, maybe 10 in from the boundary. Just looking for maybe the one that just loops up in the air to him. A little bit of rain in the air, I just felt then. We're due a little bit of rain. It's been glorious weather here. The sort of gateway to Scotland here. Could be 2 there. Could be 2 there. Yes, they're coming back for a second. That's very well run from Canning, who's very quick between the wickets. And Sims moves him on to 27, Canning, and the score on to 112 for 3. Off the back foot, cut, great fielding there. Kelty has been outstanding at that point region in his fielding today. That left arm as well, thrown in quick. Looks a very athletic fielder. It's a nice round of applause from the Scotland players. Let's see, easy single there. He's just played that round the corner. So the team's playing for the Triple Crown trophy today. Last game of this tournament. 3 days of beautiful cricket we've had. Good cricket, short from on the back foot. Oh, as he just goes down there, just slips there. Johannes van Ee. No run there, so the end of the over. 113 for 3, and Van Ee is 0 for 14 off his 2. We've had some great cricket. Yeah, really top flight cricket. It's a nice addition, this Triple Crown, to all the playing games or fixtures that the nations have. Last year it was held in Newport, and England were the victors there. It was a little bit rain affected, I think, on the 3rd day. I wasn't there myself personally, but the team did very well, and they won the Triple Crown there. And obviously England looking to retain that. That's short. It's just played down by Canning for a single. Scotland will have something to say about that, that's for sure. They started very well here though. We're into the 30th over, so they've really held England back. 114 for 3. And that's a great shot. It's gone up in the air, but it's just gone one hand outstretched there, and that's a smashing shot from Sims. Really powerful, really powerfully hit. One bounce to the fielder who couldn't hold on to it. That's Varuna, who's the fielder out there. Takes him on to 48. Sims 2 away from his 50, and that'll, if he gets there. Looks at ease there, with the ball coming onto the bat. Could be his 50 here. He's running quickly, and he's coming back for a second. That's his 50. Fine 50 there from Richard Sims. So he takes 81 balls to get to his 50. Canning's been a great ally for him. 29 so far, there's 38. And that's a quick single there. That's really good running from Canning. Just saw that the fielder there wasn't quite close enough to cut out the single. Just got up a little bit on Canning there as he's played that round the corner. Doogie Wiley's the man there who picks that up and throws that in. Okay, that's going to be the end of the second power play, so we are going to have some more drinks, and we'll have a short break, and we'll be back in about 4 to 5 minutes. Right, we're underway again, and it's Johannes van E coming in with his right arm medium. Little back foot punch there from Canning just to get him back underway again. And we're hoping to have some commentary with Omar Henry, who's the President-elect of Scotland Cricket. Hopefully in the last power play, if not, certainly in the Scotland innings when they're batting. That's down the leg side, that'll be a wide, but smartly taken by the keeper there. David Holloway dived to his left just to stop the fall for sure. Easy single there, could be a 2 there. Looks as though there's going to be 2 runs there. It's picked up and thrown in. Very good fielding there from Ryan Watson, who's fielding now in the long on position. 2 runs there to Canning. England looking to put Scotland under some pressure here now with the running. And oh, that's very well bowled. A bit quicker there. Just got caught on the back foot there. Canning. He's moved on to 33 off his 42 balls so far. A little bit fuller, driven, gone under the body. Just a single though, I think this time. Watson quickly round. Just gone down the leg side. That's been given as a wide. I'm delighted to be joined by Mr. Omar Henry, President-elect, I believe.
Well, eventually, officially done now last night, so yeah.
Oh, congratulations. Let me shake your hand and be one of the first to do so.
Thank you.
And that's a lovely shot. There's a man out there. It's going to be 4 runs. Just took him from off stump. And I have a message from, you'll know this gentleman, Mr. Roger Moult.
Oh, wow.
Who, when I got a little bit of a sneaking suspicion that he said there's someone very important who's going to come and do a little bit of commentary. I wondered who this could be, and obviously I've seen a little bit about your name being mentioned in the press, and I thought, I wonder what. And anyway, yeah, he sends his best wishes to you.
I actually saw him. I'll tell you a little story behind this. You know that I was the ambassador for the first World Cup.
Yes.
And in South Africa for the over 50s. And that's my connection with Roger. And that sort of assignment that he took on has grown enormously very quickly, which says to you that it is something that a lot of people 40, 50, 60 they wanted to play, but there was a lack of structure and what's his name, and I think Roger has done a fantastic job in that. So yeah, that was my meeting, and then about 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago we celebrated Nelson Mandela Day in South Africa, and the charity that I consult for, Excellence in Life, partnered with Foundation, Spirit Foundation, and the Lord Staverners, and Western Province Cricket Club.
Yes.
You know Western Province Cricket Club. That connection was through Steve Palperman, who I played with and against, and coached as well. So we had this. One of the guys came up with this brilliant idea. Nelson Mandela was going to be 107 years old, and he was going to bowl 107 overs in a day.
Right. It's a celebration.
One guy to bowl 107 overs.
Yes.
I'm not sure whether that is possible, but for that, you know, I'm all for it.
Yes.
It's great, and we raise funds for charity and whatever the case is. And Roger came, and
Oh wow. That's
and,
good.
and we chatted, and
Yes.
you know, he obviously knew then that I was going to come to Scotland, and he told me about this game, and I said, the chances of me, I didn't know where I was going to stay and whatever the case
Yes.
is, and I said, well, I will make an effort to get there depending, but I will definitely try. So it happens that I'm staying next door to Stirling,
Oh
town
yes.
called Alloa,
Oh yes.
and that was for a reason, because if everything goes well officially and the members vote in the right direction for me, there's a lot of travel to be done in
Mhm.
Scotland,
Yes.
and this is basically central,
Yes.
and I could then go south, north,
Sure.
east, whatever.
Yes.
And then this game was in Stirling, so it's walking distance
Perfect,
basically.
yes.
So yeah,
Wonderful.
that's the background of it.
Lovely. Yeah, lovely story there. Has another 4 from Canning there, who has moved on, and you'll see the growth with the Scotland seniors now being in the IMC for the
Yep.
over 50s
Yep.
and over 60s. Starting to see the growth of the over 40s
Yep.
as well. It's
No,
great, isn't it? It's a second
Well, it's
innings
going in
for a
the
lot
right
of cricketers.
direction.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and that for me is key.
Yes.
You know, cricket needs that. And I'll give you my sort of, how can I say, perspective
Mm.
of the whole landscape, right? And why I got involved with this charity, and obviously with Roger. My time, he wanted more out of me, which I can see, and I understand that. But I promised him that I will be involved, and my door will be open. That if he comes with something and my time allowed me,
Mm-hmm.
I would definitely be involved. But playing wise, I'm not that interested anymore in playing.
Mm-hmm.
But I would like to be involved in another capacity. So that is going to be an ongoing thing. But for me was to connect this experience of many years, right? Because we did a lot of good, but we also didn't do a lot of good.
Mm-hmm.
And that for me is valuable,
Right.
right?
Yep.
It's gold dust in the sense that
So lessons learned.
if we bring that down,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
we could create a totally different generation
Yes.
over time.
Absolutely. Yes.
So that is,
Yes.
for me,
Good.
the connection.
And your vision as the president, what is that going to? How would you encapsulate or describe that? What you're looking to do for say Scotland cricket in seniors cricket, is that, or is it just, is that part of it? And it's, you know, obviously the elite men's as well, the whole of the game, men and women as well. It's quite a big umbrella there, isn't there, of opportunity.
Well, it certainly is an opportunity. It's a case of, do we as a cricket nation grasp the understanding of that opportunity?
Mm-hmm.
And that is the first question
Mhm.
I'm asking. And then I take my understanding of the game globally,
Mm-hmm.
right? My understanding and experiences of the game in South Africa, what I've learned here in my time when I played,
You did, yes.
and what I read and spoke about to other cricketers in the county in England,
Mhm.
etc. And there was a link where South Africans come and play county cricket, English players come and play South Africa.
Mm.
So
Yep.
you build up that repertoire of reservoir of knowledge
Mhm.
and understanding. And for me now is, does Scotland understand where they fit
Mhm.
in this landscape globally, right?
Mhm.
So what do we see, and how are we going to fit in to make the game sustainable, not
Yes.
just in
Yes.
Scotland,
Yes.
but globally.
Yes. Yes.
You understand?
Absolutely. Yes.
And that is, it's complex
Mm.
in itself, globally.
Mm.
Then you come to Scotland, it will be more complex,
Mm.
right? Because Scotland is climbing.
Yes, it's certainly climbing up the ladder, and
You understand?
and
as
quickly as
yeah.
well. In terms of the knowledge.
So-
Always had a very broad base, though. Scotland's been played for a long time.
Correct. So,
Scotland,
so the game is over 100
Yes,
years old.
yes,
here.
quite,
You
yeah,
understand?
yes.
So, but now you've got to put it
Yes.
in perspective. That's recreational.
Yes. Yes.
More, the biggest percentage of that 100 years is recreational.
Sure.
Love, passion.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
All of a sudden, the last 10 or 15 years, the connection came now. There's a professional setup.
Yes.
So there's
yes.
a transition.
Yes. Yes.
Right? There's
Yes.
a transformation.
Absolutely.
There's
yes.
a mindset. A sector of this recreational needs to then come into that professional
Mm. Yeah.
setup. So all of a sudden, and I had that when I came here, the 13 years, I had to change a recreational mindset to a professional mindset,
Mm.
but it wasn't totally professional. They still have to go back Monday, Tuesday, 5 days to go and work.
Mm. Yeah.
But then you
yeah.
play against the professionals.
Yes. Quite.
So I had to manage that,
Yes.
to become competitive, to install a self-belief,
Mm.
and
It challenges you, doesn't
absolutely,
it? Personally
absolutely.
as well.
So we manage that
Mm.
process
Good.
to eventually qualify as an associate.
Yes.
Now we're in a different space,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
We're competing in people equally,
Yes.
similar situation,
Correct.
but all of us compete to get
Yeah. To that next level.
the next level.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, do we understand that landscape?
Yes. And do you understand how you get to that next level?
Correct, absolutely.
What's the pathway? How do you? And you might find that the women's game is growing so quickly as
very
well.
quickly.
And you've got Alan Lewis, who you
Yes,
may well
yes,
know
yes,
here.
yes, yes.
His daughter is the
Yeah.
captain of the
That's
Ireland
right. That's right.
team, and he has got a fascinating insight to the women's game because his
Yes,
daughter's involved.
That's right. He's physically involved on a daily
so
basis.
getting those people around you and those that are organising
Yeah.
cricket in Scotland, it's vital,
Yeah.
isn't it? Because they understand the nuances of the day-to-day, what's
Absolutely.
happening, how you get that, how you elevate. And we were having this conversation, actually, when he was helping me on the commentary, like you are doing, Omar, about how women's cricket in Ireland needs to grow, and he's got some very interesting
Yeah.
views on how they need to raise their game, who they're playing.
Yeah.
So they were playing India,
Yeah.
obviously.
Yeah, yeah.
These nations, England, India, so they're now starting to play against better opposition, so that the roots of growth are starting to get there, and then bring in more talent ID,
Yeah.
getting the players, the coaching.
Yeah.
That's all changing.
So from my side,
Mhm.
my brief as president, it's now official, is domestic cricket.
Right. Okay. Okay.
That's my brief.
Yes.
You understand? So, fortunately for me, I had 13 years
Yes.
of that,
Yes.
right? But that was until 1992
Yes.
when I left
Yep.
to go back
Back
to South Africa. It's now 2025.
Yes.
You
So
understand?
maybe a little bit of catching up from yourself.
So now it is now
in terms of
to-
what's going on.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I'm in that space now of gathering
Yes.
what happened, what is the current state,
Yes.
do we have an understanding of how this future state
Mm.
needs to look like,
Yep.
what is the gaps, what are the grey areas,
Mm.
internally, right? And eventually I have to connect the domestic cricket to the professional cricket
professional.
and make sure that bridge
Yes.
is not complicated.
Not too big a
It's-
jump.
And it's not complicated.
Yes. Yeah.
There
yeah.
needs to be clarity.
Yes. Yes.
If
There's
a kid is
yes.
15 and he's got an ambition, he needs the tools to get over that bridge
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
and make that as smooth and relevant
Yeah.
as possible.
Mm.
You know, I mean, you can talk to possibly any cricketer. We all start as an amateur.
Of course.
You know, nobody get born and be a
no. It all starts with club cricket,
absolutely,
doesn't it? That's
so
where
you
it
go
starts,
through that
pathway.
what I would call they both have got their harshness. The amateur game has got its challenges as a cricketer to grow, right? Once you get out of that, what I call it, it's not a bush, it's not a jungle.
A little bit of a fog, is that?
That's right.
No,
Right?
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Then when you come into the professional side,
Yes.
you
Yes.
know, now it's got a totally
different
dimension.
Totally different. And can I just say, you will have probably seen that even from going from club cricket to say seeing the over 40s here, playing against players who are playing at a much higher level, regularly, day in, day out. It's how you transition.
Yeah.
And it's the same for the the players who are looking to move up to the professional level. Everything there, that infrastructure is there, isn't it? And they've got to get used to it.
So for me, the understanding is, in the human body there's two things. It's the heart and the mind.
Mm-hmm.
If each individual can understand that if those two things are not in sync, you're going to have a battle internally.
Yeah. Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Whether you play recreational cricket or whether you play professional cricket. Now, not all of us will understand that.
Sure.
The guys, or the people, or the players, whether you're a girl or a woman or a man or a boy, you will have a battle. And we all have our battles with that. Whether it's my passion, my love, whether I find the balance between success and failure. I don't call it failure, I call it learning. Right? Because failure to me is a scary thing.
Yes.
Right? So, depending on that balance and dealing with it in the right way to move forward, that's individual. When you come into the team, it's going to test you. Because now I've got to find you next to me, and we've got to play together, as maybe bowling together or batting together. Then it goes more in terms of the 11 players. Now the complexity starts.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
How do I fit?
I'm just going to interrupt you. I think that's his 50. And we'll carry on with that. That's a lovely 50 there for Ryan Cannings, who is, I think it's about 6. I'm just looking at the screen there. It's a bit too small for me, actually. 56 balls, actually, for his 50.
Ironically,
and he's
I coached him.
Yes, I was just going to say, actually. It's nice that he's got that in your presence.
Lovely.
So he played in Western Province, didn't he?
That's right.
And for Boland, I believe.
That's right.
Your province.
Well, but both of those are my province. I played for both, but he came to play for Boland when I was the CEO.
Wow.
And he captained the team.
Well, I hope you have a very nice conversation at lunch.
No, we had already.
Oh, you've already
continue.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, it's been outstanding for England. And we'll talk a little bit more about yourself, but in terms of the cricket here, this is a wonderful occasion for, Scotland are hosting the Triple Crown here. Nice to showcase the skills, and what I've noticed is there's still that enjoyment is getting, there's more and more, it's gaining momentum.
Absolutely.
From the nations who are keen to play England, they're keen to beat England, so they're raising their game. Ireland and Wales as well. And it's about how, it's gone up in the air. You won't be happy with that shot. Richard is going to be out, and he is caught. So that's the 4th wicket down for England, and the score is on 158. Sims is out for a very well struck 59, I think, or for 100 balls actually. But that was a really good innings, very positive, good intent from him. He played his cricket in Zimbabwe
Okay.
originally.
Lovely,
Started
lovely.
in Zimbabwe, but
Nice country.
he left in it was early 2000, I think,
Right.
where there was a lot of controversy over the cricket, and he left in, I think, in protest actually to a lot what was going on. But anyway, it's a wonderful knock from first innings that Richard Simsey's had in this tournament. So England have only lost the 2 wickets in the 2 previous games on each game. So Canning's still there. So he bowls a very tidy right arm off spin. New batsman in is Gary Park. So in terms of your stay over here, Omar, how long are you over for?
Well, I'm here now until the end of the season,
Oh, okay.
and then we've designed it so that I could go back,
Yes.
and that modern technology allows me to
Yes,
go back.
of course, yes.
And then I come back beginning of the season until the end of the season again next year, all things equal, and then continue the journey. It's basically growing the game,
Yes.
whether you talk quantity or quality, and they go hand in hand. You know, the broader the base, the more opportunities. You understand?
Yeah,
For
very much
everybody.
so.
So what I said last night was we're going to go south, north, east and west, and we're going to challenge every area on quantity and quality.
So you can look to the regions to actually...
Absolutely.
There's a shout for LBW here, and he's been given out. So that's the 5th wicket down for England. Umpire Hoffman there. So though he's given out Gary Park. First ball, I think that is.
Looks like it.
First ball, having batted very well yesterday, he's been given out LBW, I suspect. Sorry to cut you off there, Omar. Was that LBW? I'm just looking at the replay there. We got the replay. It's got the one fixed camera, so as you see that comes in. It's a long way forward, but he's been given out LBW, so it's got to go. And that's the 5th wicket down for England. So challenging times for England now. 158 for 5. Steve Naylor is the new batsman coming in for England. Plays his cricket down in Datchet as he comes into bat. So you're challenging the regions, and I think, I mean, from what I've seen through playing cricket obviously for 50 years in England, the growth of the game in England has come about because they've had the All-Stars and the young cricketer, and the ECB have introduced that format so that they graduate from a softball to a hardball. But the lifeblood of cricket is still club cricket, as you recall, you know, domestic cricket, same in South Africa. And how then you transition through those stages of your cricket journey, and there will be players that will just drop off because they've got other things going, but then it's the talent ID and the county structure.
Absolutely.
And how you then position. My son was there with Gloucestershire, so I've seen how they work and know a lot of counties are similar. So it'd be interesting to see what how the structure on the domestic side works with the like the 40 club who see a lot of good school players, how they ID them, how they bring them through in that structure that you were talking about in the regions, and then get them through to that aspiring pro level really, and what opportunities Cricket Scotland can offer.
You're absolutely right, and that is what we've got to understand, that we all start recreational cricket, right? Then you get to either the first team of your school or the first team of your club.
Yes.
So that's progress, right?
Correct.
You play in the second team or whatever, or you start in the first team, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Right. So that gives you exposure to. If you get into the first team of my school, then I play against the best of the other school, right? So you get used to that space, and you know what it is, what it takes to become competitive and be successful, etc. So you get tested on various levels. So from a talented perspective, once you move into that space and to that pathway, for me, the country structure needs to ensure that that player needs to be tested at every level higher up. And by the time he gets into the professional, he's made that transition, he's gone over that bridge, the gap needs to be at its narrowest.
Yeah, so that they're not
because that
pressurised
transition
can easily go the other way.
It's going to take you out of your comfort zone.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Because now
they need to be match ready and game. Yeah, head and what you were saying.
Well, you're coming up against the guy who's played for 10 years already.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
He's mastered the art.
Yes, and it's their profession, their living.
Absolutely.
So they are.
You know, so you come in.
Yeah.
Now either you can be a threat to them.
Of course.
Right?
Yeah.
Mentally, I'm talking about.
Yes.
Or they're going to come and pressurize you.
Of course. Yes. Absolutely.
And dictate to you.
Yeah.
So that's the mental side of it.
Yes.
Then there's the skill side of it.
Yes.
The technique, blah, blah, blah. And if you haven't got a growth mindset, right?
Yep.
Where you are not afraid to change and adapt.
Yes. Do you mean you've got to be coachable in that sense?
Absolutely.
But you've got to be able to take on board instructions from coaches and then execute those skills.
And you've got to observe yourself.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
There's
a lot of self-reflection there.
You've got to do it.
Yeah.
If you don't
absolutely.
do it, you're going to get unstuck.
Yeah.
So that's an education in itself in this pathway.
Yes.
How much is done? I don't know. I need to find out.
Yes, of course.
You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. There's a process of.
You need to make the journey.
I
cannot protect you on this journey.
No.
But I can give you the tools.
Tools. Yes, that's right. Yeah. That's really insightful to hear your thoughts on that, Omar. And I'm going to follow your progress, and I know it will be success, and that will be judged by looking at seeing the over 40s. But I think a lot of these guys who are out here today in the dark blue, they'll have good views, no doubt. You'll talk to them, and you know them
actually.
already. So I'm sure that they've got lots of views on how Cricket Scotland can progress. That's a nice little attempt at a reverse sweep. So England have got quite a bit of work to do here. I was suggesting they might be looking at around about 200.
Looks like it. Yeah.
That's the most runs that would have been scored in the tournament so far, because a little bit of scoreboard pressure has always kept the opposition down. So we'll see, but that's nicely driven. No run there. 166 for 5. Naylor's on 3, and Ryan Canning 56 not out. And when you saw Ryan when he was younger, you coached him. You said, what were the sort of things you noticed about him, or did you see him as a good young cricketer? Lots of positive intent, really enthusiastic. You know, those sort of difficult to. You can coach a player, but you've got to have the right mind, and you've got to want it, haven't you, as well, as a cricketer?
It came through a very different structure. Historically, we had Western Province, Berland, SWD in the Western Cape.
Yep.
So cricket originally was played province against province. And then few years after unification, the hierarchy in South Africa decided to go what they termed then as a franchise model, right?
Yep.
So they gone 3 provinces in the Western Cape, sort of amalgamate, and you created what was called the Cobras in the Western Cape, and similar up north and whatever.
Okay. I wondered how the Cobras, and you've explained that to me very well, how that all came about, actually. I wasn't quite sure about that.
So the reason for that was, and I don't know how true that was, I was convener at the time of the national team, right? And we had this anti-Cronje scandal, and the match
Yep.
fixing and all that.
Yes.
It was a difficult time.
Time. Yes.
There was a lot of emotions and a lot of pressure, and from Kepler to Hansi, the graft went up.
Hmm.
Right, we were really competing at world
Yes.
cricket.
Yes.
We were making an impact.
Yes.
Right,
Yeah. Yeah.
and we were a threat. We started to become a threat to Australia. We beat Australia in Australia,
Hmm.
who was dominating cricket in the world, and it was brilliant to experience. When I left Scotland in '92, I was part of Cricket South Africa's growth just before we entered that. I saw the strength
Mm.
of our depth.
Mm.
When we went to the World Cup, it could have been 15 players, any 15 players out of 25, 30.
Was that in 1992? 92, yes.
Any.
When you were part of
Yeah.
the
Any.
World Cup squad,
Seriously,
weren't
I'm
you?
telling you.
Yeah.
That was the depth.
Yes.
So we could have picked 2 teams,
Yes.
and they wouldn't have disgraced South Africa.
No, sure.
So that was my intake, right? Then, a few years later, somebody comes and tells me, no, we need to move to 6 franchises from 11 provinces.
Right.
Now, if you take the numbers of 11 provinces
Yes.
of participants to 6, logic tells me that you're burying almost half
Mm. Mm. Mm.
of that talent that I was referring to
Yes.
in 1992.
Yes.
I couldn't understand, but I was in a position whereby you're convener of selectors, you sort of deal with the cards that comes from the top,
Mhm.
the hierarchy.
And who was dealing those cards from the top at the time?
Well, Cricket South Africa,
Okay. Yep.
the board, you
the board.
understand.
Okay.
So be that as it may, it
Oh, that's going to go for 6 runs. So it's a big hit from Canning.
look, it produced good things, but it also produced damages.
Mm.
You understand?
Yes,
Knowingly or
yes.
unknowingly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, my understanding of the game is it runs in cycles, right? Cycles in terms of developing players,
Yeah. Mhm.
cycles in building a team, right? You don't just come into a club and then inherit something that works.
Mhm. You have to work it.
You have to
build it.
You have to
don't you?
build that team.
Yes.
You
yes,
understand?
Yes, I do. Yes.
So it comes in a cycle.
Yeah.
So you need
Yeah.
to understand those cycles of development
Yeah.
and cycles of building.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's
So
well put by you.
it's and what happened sort of brought this thing to me that, hold on, there's a lack of understanding of this cricket, and I can understand that because we were in isolation for 30 odd years.
For 30 years. Yes. Yes.
You understand what I'm
yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
So now you've got to say, oh, right, where do you go? Do you pursue reminding them that, hold on, this is not right, and then hope that it proves eventually the realization that this is not working, and at the same time you're still trying to compete.
Yes. Yes.
So you've got this juggle that you're in, and you know what the threats are, but you then also have to focus on how do I make it work, right?
And what the end game is.
Absolutely.
What you're
so
looking to
so
achieve.
it was in between that, and as a convener, I then had to start a process whereby the only way I thought at that time was I've got to convince the board that I had the authority to select my own panel, right?
Yep.
So now I've got to select my panel in a way who can understand what this landscape actually look like. Can we manage progress under these circumstances? Because it's going to go beyond my term, right? So the next guy who takes the baton can he carry on on this journey and grow? So I had to basically handpick individuals and then have a succession plan for who takes over.
Good.
Run with the baton. And from 2000, I mean, we didn't qualify in 2003 in the World Cup in South Africa.
Correct, yes.
That was a big blow.
Yes,
right?
Yes, I can imagine.
That was
huge.
I was in the job a year, but I inherited that.
Yes.
You understand?
Yeah.
And then realized
There's a lot of pressure on you at that point in time.
My panel, we needed to really sit down and say, right now, how do we change this? Keep the core, but we need a leader, right? And that's where Graham Smith came in, right? And as a panel, we stood firm.
Good.
We had, because he was 21, the board
very young, wasn't he? I remember when he came onto the scene.
Very frightened about it.
Yes, I can imagine. Yeah.
So that took persuasion.
Yeah,
that was.
But you knew that he was the right man.
Yeah. Well, the panel as well. We had serious discussions in depth, right? So eventually, we were strong enough as a panel. We got some allegiance in the leadership who drove with us, and we got it through, and the rest is history.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
And then eventually the board dismantled this franchise system. So we now went from
the 11, wasn't it, to 6, and then 6
to 15.
Right.
Now in that 15, there needed to be an increase. The debate now is it 15 or is it 9? Because politically, we're 9 provinces.
Oh, that's a lovely big shot. That looks like it could be 6 runs, and it is. Top umpire Hoffman there. Gone over the deep mid-wicket region from Steve Naylor. England have moved on to 197 for 5, so really putting some pressure now. Canning's on 69 off his 71, and he'll be looking for 100, I'm sure. And Naylor's, well, nailed that, and it looks like it might be a little bit of a lost ball, actually. And he's moved on to 18 off 11. Yeah, it's fascinating talking to you. I mean, I'm sure we could talk for hours and hours about this. We've each got our own respective. Obviously, yours is a much higher level than myself. But when you have cricket as a passion and you've seen it, the goods and the bads, the highs and the lows, it's then knowing, isn't it, how to channel that and convince people ultimately, if you're the leader, which you are going to be for the President of Cricket Scotland.
Well, I mean,
and work with those that are with you in growing the game and the love of the game, isn't it?
I mean, you look now where South Africa is, right? What is the right model? If you go down the road to England now, that is what they're busy with.
Yes. Well, I think they're also always refining the model as well. I could get very political, the discussions, but which is not the aim at all. I mean, it's obviously where I'm coming from. I've seen over those 50 years a lot of change in the cricket, but ultimately it's still keeping that passion for cricket alive, growing the love of the game, which, you know, you could say on the one hand, well, they're doing it really well in the ECB, but then they don't provide any sponsorship for over 40s and upwards. Yet they have, you could say, equally, you're putting a lot of money into the youngsters. But these guys, I look around here, they've all been coaches. They've played for 20 odd years at club cricket. They've coached youngsters. They're getting nothing back. That's the sort of political side of it I would look at.
This is where the devil lies in the detail.
Yes, yes.
Right. Now, at every level, the common denominator is one, change. Right? Development, right? And then it is the sustainability of
correct. Yes, I agree.
Right? In other levels, we talk about excellence, right? It comes into it, right? Today, what the entire world is confronted with is the EDI, equity, diversity, inclusivity. And lately in South Africa, we're talking now belonging, right? Now that is nothing new to cricket. There's people coming into a team new on a weekly basis.
Oh yeah, all the time. Yeah, agreed.
So that team is confronted with belonging.
Sure. Yes.
So it's not new.
No, agreed. Yeah.
Transformation is not new. For people to excel from this level to he or she had to look. I use the phrase: you cannot go until such time you've looked in the mirror and you do a self-reflect.
Yes.
You can stand on your head. It's not going to happen by accident.
Yes.
Yes, luck plays a role, but luck is not sustainable.
No.
You've got no control over luck.
Agreed. Oh, that's firmly hit. That's going to be 4 runs. He's not going to get there. That's Ryan Watson, who played for, I think it was for Scotland, wasn't it?
South African.
Is he?
Well, yeah.
I didn't know that. That's interesting.
He's from up north.
Oh, right.
Played some provincial cricket. Lovely cricketer.
When you say up north, would that be Johannesburg?
Johannesburg, yes.
Yep.
He's a Joburg boy.
Okay. You obviously know him well. He's
very well.
Looks as though he's suffering a little bit from 3 days.
Yes. The mind
is willing, but the body's not quite there. Correct. But he's putting in a great effort there.
Correct.
England have struck quite a few 4s while we've been talking, which for England that's great news. But being an impartial commentator, it's good for the game anyway. They've got past the 200 mark, and they're currently 206 for 5. The main run getters here being obviously Mr. Canning, and Naylor is certainly playing a real part in this. So this is if I can just from a personal point of view, this is something that the commentary, the live streaming, is something that also is very important, certainly to bring the game more to people, so they get enthused by seeing that they're on TV or they're representing their country, and people can see that. That's a great piece of fielding there. Just took a little tumble there. Stuart Campbell is the fielder there, and the fact they're hosting the tournament as well, brilliant. And you'll find, no doubt, as you know from South Africa, those are the tournaments or festivals of cricket, bringing people together. They get to know other players, and you're friends for life, aren't you?
Well, this is what you are so right. In my entire cricket career, I realized how important media is. And then it evolved to stream.
Yes.
We never had that.
No, not at the domestic
I come
level,
from a black and white television, fortunately.
Yes.
All right? And then your mobile devices and all that. So if the game don't stay in touch, if you want to grow, you've got to stay in touch with all the
Agreed.
Others.
Yes, totally.
And in a way, at certain levels in the game, we don't move at the same pace. Right? So club cricket have realized now that we need stream.
They're streaming, and most clubs have got streaming
so
services.
So that is now growing at that level, but
agreed.
It took a while.
It did.
And it's a necessity, because it brings finance into it.
Very much so. Sponsorship, awareness.
Correct. So, all these things are learnings for me. But you need the awareness of what's going on, how the game evolves. If the bottom doesn't evolve similarity with
you can be out of sync, can't you? The top and the bottom can be I was going to say discombobulated, but they're not in sync, are they?
So my learnings from the game in playing, experiencing the good and the bad, right? There's a certain understanding and language and vocabulary that you need to use, right? So at grassroots level, recreational level, communities are important, right?
Yep.
So when you're in that space, what vocabulary do you use? What language do you use to give everybody an understanding of the importance of it, the value of it, the role it has to play? Then you come down to all the individuals who's part of that, who participate. So that's the one. How do you then convince that communities to come over into the elite, which is a different mentality?
Sure. Yep. Absolutely.
Right? So they become the fans and the spectators through their love and and if that gap is too big, it will hurt them. It will hurt them. Then there's the media side. If the media don't really, the media can be destructive to the game, right? And there's possibly examples of that in history, right?
Yes.
And then you got the sponsor, the guy who puts his money there. Now he wants value as well.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Right. So what is that?
Yes, it's
How do
a
you
balance there, isn't
right?
it, all the time?
So now.
Oh, that's gone up in the air. Is it going to be held? Should be held. And it is. I think that's the captain there, Sean Kutzer. Just judging by the body language there, that's the captain. So nice catch to get Naylor out. England have gone past the 200 mark. Canning's still there, wheeling away. He's got 77. We've had a gust of wind and the chairs. The chairs. I didn't do that on purpose.
No, look at the leg.
It's all bent.
Look at the leg. Never mind.
There you go.
It happens.
A wicket has fallen there, and Steve Naylor's the man out. So it's going to be Sean Heather, who's the new batsman coming in, I believe. Haven't got any numbers on the shirt, so we're struggling I'm struggling a little bit from where I'm sitting to identify under the helmets, but good innings by Naylor. He needed to push things along, which he's done. Only 4 overs left after this over's completed. Varuna's 3 for 34, so he's taken some important wickets. England need to get up probably to about 230. Really put some sort of pressure on the on the Scotland team. If we can just talk about that, not a little bit further, but recent achievements, how impressive it was for South Africa to win the World Test Championship. Do you think that was needed in South Africa? It was desperately needed, was it?
It was desperately needed for various reasons. You know, in the sense of.
When you say it was desperately needed, why is that? I'm just interested, because I think it was obviously a turn up for the books for Australia to lose, but it was no surprise that South Africa won, really, because they have always had quality, but it's just getting them across the line.
You know, the build-up of why it was desperate is internally we had governance issues, we had social justice issues. Right, and in that we had structural changes like the SA20, which took a part of our season that clashed with Test cricket.
Right.
We then had the New Zealand saga where people termed it as
yes,
second team.
Yes, the sort of second team. Yep.
So all that.
Yes.
Then we had a black captain.
Yes.
Right. On the other side of the spectrum in our sport, we had a black successful rugby captain.
Yep.
So there's expectations now.
Yeah.
Right? So you take all that into consideration.
Yes.
And you say, right now, what is Bavuma going to do against all this?
Yes.
Right? Bavuma went through its own crisis,
I'm sure he did.
right?
Yeah.
Whether it was performance, whether it was captaincy, leader, whatever the case. He went through his own journey, right?
And they can all interlink, can't they? Your performance on the field can see that.
Correct. Absolutely. So there was a lot of questions asked.
Oh, that's a big hit. That's come over our way. That's going to be 6 runs.
Good shot.
That's a great shot from Canning. He's really got his eye in here. beautiful. You've taught him well, Omar.
No.
The straight dive down the ground.
We saw that talent. We saw that. It was we just had to guide him.
Yeah.
That's it. You know.
That was a wonderful shot. Really cleanly picked up there and driven over the sight screen there. And he's gone for the reverse. That could be out. He might have given his wicket away here, and he has. So a very fine innings. I think that was 83 that but he's got out, and I thought he was going to be on for 100 there.
He tried.
Sadly, he's out. So 221 for 6. Sean Heather's still there, who hits a big ball and a long ball, but Canning's out for 83 or 79 balls. That was a fine innings. Came in when there were a few wickets that went down quite early, just before you arrived, Omar. But Chris Peplow is the new batsman coming in. A very fine round of applause for Ryan. And nice round of applause from the crowd that have gathered here to watch this, well, must-win game for Scotland. Chris Peplow, who you may or may not know, Omar, played for Middlesex Cricket.
Okay.
Yeah. A few ex-professionals playing today. Gary Park also played for Derbyshire, and he was the one who was out first ball, but he had a good career with Derbyshire County Cricket Club. And Chris Peplow played for Middlesex, slow left arm bowler.
Okay.
Played a lot of good club cricket as well, notably with Ealing Cricket Club, who are in the west of London.
Very nice club.
Nice club.
Ealing.
Yes.
Very nice club.
You've obviously. And which club were you associated with when you came to Scotland? Okay.
And sadly, they're not existing. That was a bit of a blow, but
it is the way it is.
Now where clubs are under huge pressure in terms of, sustainability, survival, etc. So, and this is the point I'm trying to make. The game has evolved rapidly, but not at every level.
Yes, no, I agree.
And
you need the bottom to keep
absolutely.
supporting the top and feeding it, don't you?
It's very difficult. It's challenging. If the game goes and evolves and get better, say 20% or 30% on what it was at the top, how do you keep that gap? There will always be a gap.
Sure.
The narrower the better.
Yes, of
right?
course, yes.
How do you keep that constant?
Yeah.
Right? Or improve it. The moment it goes in the other direction and you don't stop that slide, recipe for disaster.
It is, and I'm envious. Probably the word I'm going to use, of the challenge that you have, or maybe the opportunity. Maybe challenge is it connotes the wrong sort of impression, but I think the opportunities are tremendous, and I certainly see the women's game in Scotland being a real opportunity to get, like in England, Ireland and those home counties, home nations, get them very much focused on developing their cricket as well. So, as well as the men's cricket,
the women's
junior
cricket has moved very quickly into that professional space.
Yeah,
you understand, and they're starting to grow there in numbers and in quality. So,
and keeping them there isn't it?
I think, for me, I always say, if you want to win a race, you have to start well.
Yes.
If you start poorly, you could be out of the race before you're halfway.
Yes, indeed. No, that's nicely put.
And that, for me, is in anything when you come to a competitive environment.
Yes.
Right? So, I would rather take my time in finding out what is the right model, what is the right technique, what is the right strategy, etc., and really have that conversation much deeper to decide on that model. so that I can push that model
And
with
then
confidence.
implement that. Yeah.
You understand?
Yep.
So by saying that, I'm saying, there's no shortcut.
There's no shortcut.
There's no shortcut. You get found out even if you don't take a shortcut. History will tell you that. Tendulkar hit a rock, Lara hit a rock, Bradman hit a rock. All the greats hit a rock. So who are we?
Yes. Oh, there's a wicket there. Chris Pepler has been bowled. And Varuna, well, he's taken 4 wickets now. So what's that, the 7th? Is that the 8th wicket that's down? 8th wicket that's down for England in their sort of pursuit of more runs here. They're still around the 220 mark, which I thought they would get to. It's going to be Taki Abbas who is coming out to bat, who is a very fine leg spin bowler, but also bats as well, and that's the wonderful thing. A lot of the all-rounders, the all-rounders and the depth. You bowled slow left arm, left arm orthodox, and batted. In terms of your career with Scotland, what were what was the standout moments for you? Obviously, you played international cricket for South Africa. How did you adjust and enjoy your cricket with Scotland? What was there's a lot of questions in that, but generally, how did you find playing cricket in Scotland after South Africa? Or was it was the other way round, was it?
No,
you played in Scotland.
I played for Scotland first.
That's right.
And then I played for South Africa.
That's right. Yes.
So in retrospect, Scotland was a stepping stone to achieve in South Africa.
Right.
But in my Scottish career, I was thrown in the deep end. I came here to improve my cricket.
Yep.
To be challenged.
Yep.
You understand? So, and it wasn't planned. It happened by accident. And I was given the responsibilities beyond just improving my own game. So I had to look after potential Scottish cricketers. I needed to improve Scottish cricket at that level to get and qualify into the ICC as an associate. So that was thrown on top of me.
Okay.
So I then had to balance my own
performances,
journey and this journey.
Yes.
Right?
No easy thing.
So the good thing was that I wasn't in the spotlight. Right?
Yep.
So what I planned and what I learned from trial and error didn't hurt me that much. Right? So in my journey, I got a lot right, but I also made mistakes. But my mistakes wasn't penalized to the detriment of the growth of the game.
Yes.
There was a lot of trust between the board who appointed me and eventually the players, the broad pool of players. There was a lot of trust.
Good.
Right? And it took time to work through that. But once that was established, the speed of our progress was constant, and even me balancing my own there was a lot of similarities. And Scotland went and I went, and I got to the opportunity where I could go back in '92 and compete against that pool of players.
Great.
And fortunately be selected.
And you were, if my memory serves me correct, you were about 40, weren't you?
40.
I know you were one of the older players.
I was the oldest. I was
the
oldest
oldest player
in that
represent
World Cup.
Yes,
I was.
Yes. Well, that's just testament to what you've obviously gained on your journey, but obviously your talent as well.
Well, the thing was that from a personal journey, right? My last, let's call it 35 to 40 in South Africa, was the start of my best cricket in my entire career. You can go into the stats and you'll see it.
Yeah.
the growth was phenomenal. But it was the beginning of this journey, right? All that responsibilities.
Oh, there's another big six.
That's huge.
We're raining sixes down
That's
here.
massive.
So Sean Heather does hit, I was saying earlier, does hit a very long ball, a big ball. And I once saw him, he played against Wales, it was at Hammerwich earlier in the year, and he hit 100 in. Oh, and it's gone again. Mid-wicket is there looking for two. Oh, Taki Abbas has got to come back, he's going to be run out. And that's, yes, he's out there by pretty much a country mile, I would say. A great piece of fielding on the boundary there from the Scotland fielder. He probably had to do that though. We're in the 45th over, so no shame of that. I did see that. Did you see that? Lovely shot that he played, Taki, over the deep extra region. So Sean Heather is on strike. Sean Rashid is the new batsman coming in now. So England look as though they're going to use their full complement of players, which is great for the guys, because some of them haven't batted yet in this tournament.
Right.
So it's been lovely to see. So hopefully you're going to have a bit of lunch and you're going to catch up with, or tea here, and you're going to catch up with quite a few of your old friends from Scotland. And have you seen any of the players? I mean, I haven't even asked you, Omar. When did you arrive? And
I arrived last Thursday, so
have you
I'm basically a week here now.
Yeah.
And you know, it was. I mean, yesterday MCC was playing a game celebrating a centenary year for the club.
Right.
Lovely setup, beautiful, lovely part of the country. You know, they play their game up there in Perth with the passion and
Perth,
whatever.
yeah, beautiful,
know?
yeah. Sure.
So that was, and as I walked in, I bumped into one of the selectors of the first panel that selected me.
Oh, right.
I mean, that was just brilliant.
Yeah,
you know. So yeah,
that's gone up in the air. Should be held. There's a man under it, and he does hold it. So England are all out, 237, and they were going for it at the end there. Sean Heather, who ended on 11, and Sean Rashid out for nothing. So a very good performance from Scotland seniors. They've managed to get England all out for 237, so 238 to win for Scotland off their 45 overs. We're going to continue having a chat. I have a very special guest here, Omar Henry, who's sitting alongside me as England players come off, and the dark blue of Scotland, they congregate as they come off. So there we are. Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it, to catch up with old friends,
reminisce,
and learn from a lot of that, which will take hopefully be useful for you. But I'm sure you've got all your views on how things can progress in your office. And is there a fixed term for the office, or is it just
2 years?
2 years.
2 years.
Right.
With the option of another term, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Yes.
For now, it's ensure that we communicate to a point where there's clarity for most of us.
Yes.
Of what is currently happening, and then how do we see the future?
Sure.
And can we manage that future effectively?
That's what you were saying about that succession, putting in place that succession, and then carrying on that almost legacy, isn't it?
My first, in my view, and this comes from my playing days, my coaching days, my selecting days, my CEO days.
There's a lot of experience there,
right?
Omar.
There's a common denominator of, are we all on the same page?
And do you welcome people to say, well, I'm maybe not on the same page as you at the moment, but I like your vision, and I'm prepared to change my views? Or
when I say on the same page, we can all come in from different directions.
Yeah.
For us to move
Yes. You've got to move
in
as
one
a
direction,
unit. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
If there's a diversion,
Yes.
I don't mind that.
That's quite healthy, isn't it?
I don't
Really?
mind that.
Yeah, it's quite healthy.
But don't take me south if I go north.
Yes. 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 No, that's good. I like that reference. And
You
that
understand what I'm
phraseology. Yeah, I
saying?
do. Yeah, you've got to have belief in your.
If you can convince me that at this point we need to have a diversion on where we are to come back and avoid this whatever, I'm happy.
Little obstacle, yeah.
I'm happy.
But you're coming back on
But
track then, going still
if
going
you don't bring me back,
Yes.
we will have an issue,
Yes. Yeah.
and that happens in a team.
Sure.
It happens in a club. It happens at counties. It happens at a province, and it happens in countries. So it is. You create a framework of you framing. So we operate within that frame, and in that frame there's diversions, there's obstacles.
Sure.
You understand?
Yes, very much so.
And you've got to spend time.
Yeah. Yeah.
But clarity is key. I can't be confused. You know, the saying, batsman will tell you. If there's no clarity when I bat there, if that monkey keeps yipping in my ear,
yeah, exactly right.
I'm
That's
gone.
self-doubt and
absolutely.
negativity, yeah.
You understand?
Yeah, I like that. No,
So you can
yeah.
portray that in many ways. All I'm
Yes.
saying is clarity is non-negotiable.
Sure.
Right?
Good.
So don't come with me if you're confused.
Yes. Yes.
Right? Or I won't come to you if I'm confused. I'll stay out of your sight until such time I've got clarity.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? So that there's certain things, or like I said earlier, on the vocabulary, the language. You've got to understand that in cricket. So to start with, we talk about the environment I'm playing in. Right? I need to understand that. Right? And we all need to understand that and create clarity on that. So we know exactly.
Yep. Yep.
Right?
Yep. I like it. Yep. You're
You-
convincing me. Oh, you've convinced me anyway.
Then you come onto the people side of it, right? When you work in cricket, there's always an outcome, right? Whether people expect you or whether you're striving, there's an outcome,
Sure.
right? And then there's your architecture. How do I structure this? The systems, the processes, the procedures, your values, right? And then right in the center is that strategy, right? In that framework, you then have, you talk about reinforcement, you talk about choices, you talk about synergy, you talk about contribution, you talk about confirmation, you talk about agreement. Now, if I talk to you and you don't understand that, we are going to have
Yeah, agreed. Well, just because I'm sure that you probably want to have a bit of lunch, we're going to have about 40 minutes of a break. The one final thing I was just going to say, and you talked about it, that ambassadorial role, which I thought was very good and worked very well in the 2023 World Cup, just coming back to over 50s, and how sad to see the loss of Mike Proctor.
Absolutely.
Wasn't it?
That was a big blow. Because
Yeah, massive, wasn't it? Because he was a big part of
it was huge, and I
South
mean,
African cricket and the legacy.
when we went to Australia,
Yeah.
right, both times. The first time he was my coach in the World Cup. The second time the over 50s went to the Veterans World Cup in Australia.
Yep.
He was a manager,
Yes.
and in that tour we shared a room.
Okay.
And I mean, from the time the World Cup, as two people from two different backgrounds, more or less the same era,
Yep.
but on two different sides, then got together.
Yes.
By that time, in Australia, in the Veterans World Cup, we had an opportunity to really get very close.
Get to know each other.
Yeah,
And I know that you both also had something in common, that you like golf.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Which is good.
Mine
I know you
came,
like
mine
your
came
golf.
at a very late stage, but
Yes.
it hit me, and
That's good. That's
enjoying
good.
it.
And I know Mr. Proctor, although he was, I said to him, excellent news on your ton.
Yeah.
He said, I don't like getting 100. I said, well, you used to get a lot of those when you were younger.
On the
but
other-
in golf,
on the
he
other
wasn't
sphere of
very
the
happy
game,
with
yes,
the ton.
yes. Look,
so it was a great
right
change
now,
to see him.
I was in that threatening space of getting 100. So yeah, it's as long as you enjoy it. That's
Absolutely.
important,
Well, it's been a pleasure to meet you, Omar, again since we saw each other in South Africa, and I'd like to thank you for your time, your contribution and insight. It's helped me, and I'm going to follow your journey over the next 6 to 8 weeks with great interest, and I'm sure you will do great things for cricket in Scotland, as you did when you were playing here. So I'd like to thank you very much
thanks
for your
a lot,
time.
man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, and you
all
too.
the best to you as well.
Thank you.
All right?
Thank you very much.
I still love it. All
Lovely.
right? Good,
Wonderful.
man. Thank
Wonderful.
you.
We're going to
See
have
you
a
then.
short break here, and we'll be back in about 40 minutes. Welcome back. After a very fine lunch, England 237 all out, as Will Purser's coming in. Scotland have 45 overs to get the biggest score of this tournament to win this match. Must-win game for Scotland. We'll run through the scores of the England batting shortly as Purser comes in, that right arm medium pace. One slip in place, that's Steve Naylor, and then a pretty much consistent or considered circle of players. Third man at a fine leg. Sean Rashid is the man at fine leg, who will probably be bowling next. Richard Sims is the man who got a good 50 at third man. And that's gone wide. That's going to be 4 runs, so great start for Scotland. Stuart Campbell, the man there, placed that very nicely through the inner ring for 4 runs, so first runs on the board for Scotland. Just run you through the England batting lineup. That's nicely bowled by Purser, right on the stumps. Quite a skinny bowler, not a lot of bounce, but good pace. So Chris Hewison, he was out, bowled by Dougie Wiley, or Doogie Wiley, for 6 off 11 balls. James Duffy was out for 22 off 29 balls, caught by David Holloway, bowled by Doogie Wiley for his 2nd wicket. Purser comes in, and that goes is left. Richard Sims scored a good 59 off 96 balls, caught by Drew Parsons, bowled by Raj Varula. Sean Parr, 5 off 19 balls, LBW to Adnan Mufti. And Ryan Canning was the, as Purser comes in, and that little away swing that he bowls. It was the knock of the innings for England, 83 off 79 balls, caught by Raj Varuna, bowled by Adnan Mufti. Gary Park was out first ball, sadly for him, LBW by Raj Varuna. Steve Naylor, 28 off 19, caught by Sean Coutts, went up in the air quite a long way, and bowled by Raj Varuna. Sean Heather, 11 off 8, caught by Drew Parsons, bowled by Adnan Mufti. Chris Peplow was out, bowled by Raj Varuna for 1 off 4 balls. Taki Abbas was out, run out by Chris Kelsey for 4 off 3, and Sean Rashid not out. 237 was the score, 18 extras, 1 by 3 leg byes and 14 wides. And I'm delighted to be joined by another very special guest, Kevin Ferry. Is that correct, Kevin?
That's correct.
We've only met for the first time at tea, or early, well, mid-lunch.
Lunchish, I would say, yeah.
Sean Rashid is the bowler, coming in with his right arm medium pace. It's going to be Ryan Watson facing. Plays his cricket at Forfarshire.
Forfarshire, yeah,
I
absolutely.
pronounced that correctly.
Forfarshire. Ryan's a very high quality player, former Scotland captain, and I just hope he's about to have get himself settled in. Let's hope he gets in, but oh dear, he hasn't.
Oh dear, the commentator's curse.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. That was the fear.
You had a little bit of trepidation in your voice, I think, Kevin, as you were saying, gets himself settled in. He's out, and he's just put that down the throat of mid-on, who's up. So Rashid takes a wicket, the first wicket for England, and the score is currently 4 for 1. A little bit of a rash shot to start with.
It's a shame. That's the way Ryan plays. He puts back the ball. He's always tended to do that. He was our top scorer by a comfortable margin in the win over Ireland 2 days ago, playing his way, and that's one of these things that you have to accept. I guess he was one of the first of the modern cricketers.
61 was it? His score?
61 on Tuesday. Yep, top score in the match, and set up a very good win for Scotland, which was incredibly encouraging for us because this still all feels terribly new. The over 40 setup has been the addition to over 40s and over 50s have come in. We started building this with the over 60s setup only 2 or 3 years ago, really. It became something formalised, and Scotland seniors cricket is now in place, which means we've got over 40s, over 50s, over 60s teams, and we're just really feeling our way in this type of cricket. We've had enormous encouragement from the way things have gone this week so far.
Well, feeling his way is the new batsman, Johannes van E, as he sort of limping to the wicket. Did he take a little bit of a tumble?
I think he's been struggling with a bit of a, I think it's a bit of a knee problem.
Right.
I suspect he's in there to do what might be termed a little bit of pinch hitting, but we will see how that works out. I have no insight into the whys and wherefores of the lineup. That's entirely down to Sean Kutzer and his management team. But yeah.
Well, you won't be looking for the quick single, I suspect. So that's just going down the leg side there.
Maybe an enthusiastic hobble, Anthony, I would think.
England have got, well, they're not as close actually. I've seen them closer in the ring. They're giving a little bit of room to take that hobbling single.
Yeah, they're probably almost tempting them, I suspect, particularly now that they've seen the way he moved into the crease. But,
yes, they don't want to be too close, so that he's going over the top, which I suspect, yes, as you rightly say, Kevin, he'll be looking to do from that shot.
I would think that would be his intent, certainly. We shall see.
Well, I do love the red helmet.
It's a bit of a statement, isn't it?
There we are, he's got over the top. Yeah, it's just not a bad ploy there.
Just enough on it. He's going to be...
he's coming back for the second. There's a quick arm. Well, very well done. And now he's feeling a little bit more pain.
No, that'll be him nicely loosened off now. He'll be warmed up now and moving freely.
I love the thought of that.
He was quite comfortable getting back there, I thought.
I'd hate to see him hobbling, Kevin. Actually, 6 for 1 is the score. Van E. It's
Van E. We call him V.
Van E.
It simplifies things enormously just to call him V.
So he's on 2 and Campbell's on 4.
Yep. That was a lovely cover drive, Stuart hitting the first over, but I suspect he won't get too many more balls put in that area.
Purser's doesn't get a lot of bounce, but he skids through, so it might be
perfectly demonstrated
perfectly shown there. So that might well work for Campbell. And one of the challenges I have is getting to know the players.
Of course.
And of course, you get to know the players as you do more commentary and you're with the team, but the opposition can sometimes be a little challenging.
Well, I suppose the boot's on the other foot from my perspective. I mean, because of the interaction between 40 Club Scotland and Scotland Seniors Cricket, I'm lucky enough to still get to play quite a lot of cricket with most of these boys. So and they do, although they're mostly in their mid-40s, they still seem like boys to me, and it's that means you've got an idea of who they are and what they're about. A lot of the time, the England players, I mean, I could probably tell you a reasonable amount about the England over 60s setup these days, but England over 40s are completely new to me, obviously. So
Purser's coming in, and he's not really bowled a lot on the stumps. Actually, that's given us a wide. He just needs to get that ball in the right areas. He's not doing that at the moment. It's a reasonable pace, but he's certainly not challenging the stumps at the moment.
Yeah, Sherwin had a wee. Stuart. We've called him Sherwin since he was a boy because Sherwin Campbell was in the West Indies team at when Stuart first arrived at Stirling County as a youngster.
Okay. So what's interesting, Kevin, is you may have coached some of these youngsters, or certainly played in teams with some of the players.
I've played with most of the boys. A couple of them maybe not, but as I say, they play 40 club matches as well. But Stuart Campbell was one of the youngsters at Stirling County when I was still.
That's good. And
churning away back in the day.
I'm interested with the 40 club. We'll continue that conversation as Purser comes in. Aggressive running. Quick arm comes through, and that's the end of the over. And the score is 7 for 1. Campbell's on 4, and Van E is on 2. The 40 club. Obviously, there's a change in a step up, isn't there, of cricket from the 40 club to playing Scotland over 40s against some of the other nations. But you play good sides though, don't you? And
40 club
maybe a little bit about
40 club Scotland has now got something in the range of 180 members and around about 80 odd fixtures scheduled per season, which means that we have a very broad church.
That's gone down the leg side. That should be a wide, and it is. It was a long way down the leg side.
Big appeal, but I didn't hear anything. So yeah, we've got, as I say, it's a broad church in terms of the calibre of teams we play against, the calibre of players. So a lot of the time our job is to judge the right team for the right opposition.
Okay.
Which we're getting better at doing, I think.
Rashid just coming in past the umpire there. That's a little dab down to the third man region, just a single there. Looks as though he's loosening up there.
He's moving nicely now, absolutely. Yeah. That's loose as a goose. No. No, so for example, I mean, we regard these as our young boys. Our young boys are performing here. Yesterday we had an over 60s team playing in Falkland. I was playing in that game against Lomond Links, our first ever fixture against them, an all women's team. Tremendous fixture.
That's a good ball.
That is a very good ball.
Yeah, much better. Bowls with good pace actually, Rashid. He was probably bowling in mid-70s.
Yeah,
certainly for the first 2 days.
A little bit of movement on that as well. That's asking the question. Yep, bringing the slips into play.
The Lomond
Links they're called. As I say, it's the women's team in Fife. They play at Falkland Cricket Club.
Oh, that's well dug out actually. So, and the scores? What were anything notable?
I think we made about 140. They at one stage, about 15-16 overs in, they had a young their captain plays for the Scotland A ladies, and Emma made 32.
Good.
And she was.
That's a little bit wild. That swish on the outside. That was quite wide, almost a wide, I'd say. Yeah, so she made 32.
She made 32, had a good partnership with young Sky, who made 20 odd as well. So they've got on a fair bit and had us a little bit nervous, but we managed to sort that out. And I think we won by maybe 20 odd runs.
Sounds like a good game.
It was a lovely game of cricket. The great thing was, and this is a huge part of what 40 Club Scotland is about as well, it's evangelising for the sport. It's making sure that we try and ensure people get plenty of cricket. We're available for pretty much anyone. Take on as many fixtures as we possibly can, and as I say, try and just make sure we've got the right team for the right game. And yesterday, I think we got that pretty well nailed on again.
A little dab down there.
Whereas this one, you've just got to have your best possible players on the pitch.
Absolutely, yep.
And,
Yep. And day 3 of this 3-day tournament.
Well, I was quite amused when I turned up to hear our over 40s sounding an awful lot like the over 60s dressing room. All they seemed to want to talk about were their ailments and their aches and pains. So it's, from our perspective, that's quite encouraging as well. But no,
you said welcome to my world.
Exactly.
Can't walk after
these young
game.
fellas. I just said to Sherwin before he went out to bat there, when he was moaning about how sore he was, I said, "You wait 20 years from now, son."
And he said, "I won't be playing cricket then, son."
I don't think there's too much danger. He'll be playing.
Oh, I hope so.
He'll do as he's told.
One of the things about I don't know a lot about the 40 Club down in England. I know, obviously, I know that they exist, but we also have a lot of social wandering sides in England.
Yep.
So they're playing very similar cricket that the 40 Club does against schools. That's gone up in the air. Could be out. Gary Park. Oh no, it's just fallen short of the man. Gary Park was running back, but he wasn't going to get that. He wasn't even close. Sean Rashid in the end just came round, saved that for 4. So we have in England a lot of social wandering sides who play against the private schools, and they're always looking for players, obviously to supplement their numbers as they leave school, go to university, come back. So there's quite a lot more competition for the 40 Club. So you've got like the Grannies, Isingari. And he's bowled him. So that was what you were saying. It was the pinch hitting, but that was a little bit of a reckless shot. Head up in the air. Purser takes advantage of that. And Scotland are 2 wickets down now for 13. So just continuing that. So there is quite a lot of competition for cricket in England. Whereas, do you have the same structure in Scotland, where you have other wandering sides, or is it mostly 40 Club?
I think 40 Club is very much the preeminent side as far as that's concerned in Scotland. I mean, there possibly are other kind of invitation teams and all the rest, but I don't think there's anybody else that's got a similar, if you like, mission to promote the game in the way we do, and it's quite a natural place for people to come to, which is why we've got. We've had a huge uptake of members in the last few years, which is great because it means people are still playing. We're beginning to understand more as well about the social importance of it in terms of particularly for the older players, guys who are maybe retired and whatnot. We hear a lot these days about the importance of looking after mental health and whatnot. Actually, getting people who've got who are like-minded, who've got shared interests together on a regular basis, is very good for all of them as well. And our kind of a role model is the man with the oxygen tank, our president Alex Steele, who he was playing yesterday. He is absolutely 3 or 4 years on since he was first given the diagnosis that has meant he's got to play with an oxygen tank on his back. Is still loving every delivery that he keeps wicket to.
That's well bowled by Purser, past the outside edge. Yes, I had the privilege, and I think it is a privilege. Well, I thought it was a privilege to interview him in the first game. Actually, I got him on. I think it was against Wales.
I'm glad.
Well, it was lovely to talk to him about his past, and he's still loving the game, isn't he? Sharp as a pin, and still, very much focused on playing more cricket, which was great to hear. Well, there's a lot of foot movement there.
There's a man sitting the other side of you here who is responsible for me getting involved in 40 Club cricket, and the trump card that he used 12 or 13 years ago in order to do that was the fact that Alex Steele was still playing, which I could not believe. But the idea of playing with Steele again at that time was phenomenal. Now he was probably about 70 at that stage. He's now in his mid-80s. We're still getting to play cricket together. It's wonderful, and it is a great honour and a privilege to do that.
84
years old, as I say. with idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, which he has become something of an ambassador for fundraising for. Terrible condition in terms of what it does to your body, kind of breaking down the lungs and whatnot, and he's still.
Well, that's a nice drive.
Lovely shot.
That may well run away, and it does for 4 runs. It's a nice straight drive. By Parsons, I believe.
I think that's another of our former Scotland international players, Drew Parsons. Lovely way to announce himself at the crease.
I was looking for
Beautiful
his number.
Looking
actually.
shot.
He's number 14. Yep. No, that was a wonderful shot. Yeah. They need partnerships here, don't they, Scotland? Currently 17 for 2.
I think that was the difficulty against Wales yesterday, where Stewart basically batted a long way through the innings, but barring a partnership with Chris Kelty, they didn't really manage to get anything working together. They kept losing wickets at awkward times, and it would be lovely to see a couple of them settle in.
Campbell to face. Well, that's a little bit down the leg side from Rashid. Going to be a leg by. And if you don't mind just explaining to the viewers and listeners a little bit about your role within the Scotland seniors.
Around about this time last year, the man who has transformed 40 club cricket in Scotland and is also chair of 40 Club UK, Colin Neal, finally decided that after 20 years of stellar work that has turned it from a very small group of people playing a handful of games into what we have now.
Oh, taking the edge, but just short of Naylor there. It's quickly on it. Oh, that's a good effort there from Naylor. How quickly they get to the ball, turn and throw.
Yes, we don't see a lot of that in over 60s cricket. But no, Colin decided that running the Scottish section had become too onerous for one man to do, which we'd known for quite some time. So we did a lot of thinking and a lot of talking.
Oh, a little slower ball there. That's well bowled from Rashid. Just ripped his fingers over the ball. He's got a couple of different deliveries. You might see the windmill ball as well that he bowls. He's got a very strange windmill action that will come out. Don't think it adds anything of any value other than it's the same delivery, just a different action to confuse the batsman. That's cut down. That could be two. No, it's just a single. Chris Petlow is the fielder there. Nice throw into the keeper. Tall man, ex-Middlesex County Cricket Club.
That change of action can often be enough just to distract the batsman, of course, if he's not used to seeing it.
Yes,
it's well worth trying.
Hopefully that'll come out to play today for us. But the beauty, lovely landscape here. We were talking about the 40 Club, we'll come back to that, but the William Wallace Monument in the background. And that's moved. I think that, moved a hell of a lot off the pitch.
We're not at the angle to see it, but you can see Stirling Castle from here as well. We're sitting on the side of the River Forth. Cambus Kenneth Abbey is visible. You're looking at the Ochil Hills one direction, the Trossachs another direction. I'm very biased because it's my old club, but it's a beautiful, beautiful place to play cricket.
Well, that's quite wide. That's going to be wide, yeah. It's a little uncharacteristic from Rashid. He's normally right on the money. Looks as though he's really trying very hard there.
Well, from a Scottish perspective, I'd love to think that the right-hand, left-hand combination might have impacted on that, but I suspect it won't. He'll have done plenty of this down the years. So he'll make the necessary adjustments.
He's bowled very well actually in this tournament. I was just saying to, I think it was Alan Lewis, have you met Alan? He's talking
the Ireland manager,
working with the Ireland team. He was an excellent commentator, and he was just saying about how Rashid has bowled very well, and he was watching his nice action, very economical and good pace as well. Still,
Yeah,
he's
no,
44, still bowling a good sort of mid-70s ball. Loves his cricket, like everyone here.
No, as we all do. So just what I was saying about how we've rejigged things. We sat down and worked out how many jobs Colin did, and in the course of that, we then decided that we needed a committee of 11.
Right.
And that's what we've done. We've put that in place for reasons largely unbeknown to me. I'm now chair of both 40 Club Scotland and Scotland Seniors Cricket, which is very much part of the 40 Club Scotland family. That's how we see Scotland Seniors Cricket, as being very much tied in with the 40 Club in general.
Good. So still retaining all those links were very valuable links.
I think that there's something about the nature of the people who want to buy into 40 Club Scotland seem to us to be those who are going to buy into the team ethos that we need for these games as well. So, but my explanation to the lads was this will be a very different type of chairmanship. Colin was very much a man who, if in doubt, he just got on with it and did it himself. I believe very powerfully in delegation, and because we've got really good people in the club as well, and the way that everybody's picked things up over the last year, it's still very new, but it's
that delegation's working.
Well, you'd like to think so.
You'd
like to think the structure is working. Those who have responsibility for particular areas have all really stepped up.
Good. Well, that's nicely picked up off the legs, and that's going to be 4 runs. So I was just saying that. Well, I was just about to say, get the words out, that Perce is just bowling a nice shape to the left-hander there, and that just strayed on the middle or leg and middle stump, and that was nicely played away by Parsons. It's a very strong batsman.
He's a pretty powerful player, Drew. I've not seen an awful lot of him. He was a product of the Western Union, which was the as a club player, I didn't see so much of these lads.
That's that shape I was talking about. Just nice little innies.
But what I've seen of Drew, he can put bat to ball very well, but he's technically very nice.
10 years, this is what he does.
The inimitable tones of Paul Coffey walking past there.
That's a lovely shape. Oh, he's gone up in the air over the head of. That's going to be safe. He was twisting one way and then had to go the other way. Chris Peplow.
Yes, just enough on that one.
I noticed England have kept a lot of the field in, whereas Scotland started with 2 very early on long off on the boundaries, which I felt for Scotland actually gave opportunity for the England batsmen just to punch it down the ground.
It's been an interesting thing that we've discovered in the 60s is that an awful lot of our games so far have been against England and Australia. So a ridiculously high percentage against the best 2 teams that there are, and when you leave space, they will just they'll run you all over the shop.
That's a slower ball that Rashid has in his armoury. Yes, no,
but it's getting a balance, and Sean Coetzer, he knows the game very well. He's a good captain. He would have a strategy that he was working to, but maybe that, again, as I say, it's very new, so that it's all evolving.
That's gone up in the air, should be out, and that's quite easily held there by Sean Heather, who's just come in from that mid-wicket region. So the 3rd wicket falls for Scotland, and they've got 28. I thought there was a promising partnership on the cards here, but sadly for Scotland, that's not going to be. Campbell's the man out, and he scored 6 of 23 balls.
Yeah, that's disappointing. As you say, the pair of them looked as if this could have been the basis for a decent partnership, and that's we discussed it a few minutes ago. That's exactly what Scotland are going to need if they're going to get if they're going to take a run at this total.
Which
I've got
he
to
was
say
just
is,
leaning over. His head went, well, you know, that sort of classical sort of head goes across, doesn't it?
I think he was a bit early on the shot, and yeah, fell over a little bit.
Right, the captain, the man that we were just talking about, is coming into bat. Sean Coetzer plays his cricket at Stonywood Dice. Young me sounding all knowledgeable.
Oh, well,
very little.
I'm delighted.
Little
You've done your homework, Anthony. It's a good. No, his brother is Kyle Coetzer, of course, another former Scotland captain. Very high quality player. Played a lot of county cricket in England as well. And Sean's a very good cricketer in his own right, but.
And Carl
but of course, Kyle's his brother, yeah.
Yes.
But
Younger brother.
Yes. But I've probably now put the curse on Sean as well.
It does happen. I'm not sure why, but it certainly does happen. So in terms of Scotland seniors, and I was talking to Mr. Henry there, Omar Henry, who I've met a couple of years ago at the 2023 World Cup, and he was an ambassador for the over 50s World Cup. Rashid comes in. He's gone after that straight away. It's a wide. Rashid, a little bit erring in his direction today. There's no shortage of intent, but it's certainly not what he wants to be bowling first ball. As we were just saying, come on, after Rashid continues. It's coming downhill, and that was lucky. That was in it. Tension inside edge. I can sort of see him grinning from ear to ear. He'll have a smile on his face.
He'll be glad that went the way it did. He didn't get any yesterday, Sean. So he'll be glad to get off the mark.
Now I met Omar, and he was an ambassador, and there was the other great man there, Mike Proctor, who was also an ambassador, and they did great things for the just elevating the status of over 50s cricket. So they came along to the games, and we also had a golf tournament, and this was all done by the veterans cricketer South Africa, Roger Moult.
Mm-hmm.
The England lads would only ever see Roger, and you'll appreciate this, they only ever saw him on his own, so they called him Single.
Single Moult, very good. Yeah.
Nicely driven, that's going to be 4 runs.
Lovely shot. Yep.
Wonderful shot there. Drew Parsons does like the ball up to the bat, so 4 more to the total.
Yeah,
so I thought that was very appropriate, actually.
That was a good. That was a good nickname.
To Scotsman.
We definitely appreciate that here.
He did some great work, Roger, and we'd knight him in England. I think Sir Roger. He would be my vote. The amount of work, and that's great fielding. Sean Parks, the fielder there at mid-off. He does so much good work for cricket and grassroots cricket as well. People don't know that as well. He's heavily involved in cricket and from disadvantaged backgrounds as well in South Africa, in Cape Town. Played for Western Province himself, so he knows the game inside out. Good organiser, just like the 40 Club president that you were talking about earlier.
Colin Neal.
Colin Neal, who he will get on and do things.
Yes.
Make things happen. So.
Well, the sport needs people like that, and particularly, as I say, in this very new world of international Masters cricket, it really is important that somebody picks up the
baton and goes with it.
Cudgels, yep.
And that's a leg by. And he actually got me into commentary in a very, very strange way, as I played cricket in South Africa on a tour with a club that I'm president of, Incogniti Cricket Club, which is a wandering side like Free Foresters, Isingari. We play similar to 40 Club. Mm-hmm. We have about 30 fixtures a year, and we go on tours, and so we went to South Africa, which I think the 40 Club have been on tours, haven't they, to South Africa. And anyway, I got to know Roger because he plays for Cape Town Cricket Club, and I got a few runs. He said, well, you know, we must keep chatting. We did. We kept in touch. And then I said, I'm coming out to the World Cup. This is in 2023, not the one that was abandoned through COVID in 2020. So I was just coming out to watch. He said, well, why don't you get involved in doing some commentary? We're trying to push that. So he had a vision then, trying to get people involved. So they were looking at the live streaming, and they have, like we use NV Play, which we're very privileged to use. They have Pitch Vision, which is their streaming service. And so I did. And he had a vision of what he saw. And as I was saying, he wanted to then implement that, and he did. He went about it, got the right, well, not me, the right people, but got me involved, and hopefully he's spawning other people now to get involved and build up the commentary, build up the live streaming, and then just create, like with the 60s, you'll probably find, and I'd be interested to know what you guys do, and what your plans are to do on streaming and commentary. Get that, elevating the sport, getting it into people's
Well, you and I briefly discussed
consciousness.
this at lunchtime. I mean, I personally think that the streaming is lifted to another level if there's commentary on it, particularly if it's knowledgeable commentary, if people know what they're talking about.
Well, that's a good ball, and well kept out.
And so from that perspective,
That's going to be good.
It's something we've got to look at. At the moment, I think most of our streaming it's just visual, but I think we need to think about getting commentary involved. And having listened to you this morning, talking about one of your Irish colleagues who's doing a lot of that, Andrew Leonard, who's working for the ICC. It sounds to me, Anthony, as if you're pretty keen to be doing a bit of globe trotting yourself, doing the commentary. Sounded maybe just a trifle envious of Andrew's role, which is all good stuff.
There we are. There's the windmill, and it's an LBW shout going down the leg side.
Outside leg, I felt. Yeah.
Did you see the change up in the different action there?
I did see a different action. I
might well see that on the screen, because it is a couple of. Well, it's one ball behind, so you'll probably see it on this ball. Envious. Yes, I think that's the right word, envious. But putting that into reality is something totally different.
Oh, well, it's...
And that's gone up in the air. It's a lovely shot again. Straight driven. So 4 more runs to the total.
No, that's often that's often what inspires people to get on, isn't it? You look at a role someone else has got and think, I'd love to be doing that.
Yeah. Well, I enjoy doing what I'm doing on a voluntary basis. He's obviously getting paid, so there's perhaps a little bit more of an expectation about quality of service, but I appreciate your sentiments.
No, I would say it all sounded very professional to me right up until probably the last 30 minutes or so, Anthony, when you brought this latest guest on to talk nonsense for a bit. So it's all very good. Well, we've enjoyed this. It's been terrific as well for those of us that haven't been able to get down every day for other cricket commitments and whatnot. It's been great to be able to tap in and see how the lads have been getting on. It's been really helpful.
Really good to hear, actually. Rashid's just coming round the wicket now. That's nicely played to the onside. No run. James Duffy's the fielder there at mid-wicket, and talking to Chris, who's very much in charge of all the technology, does the scoring and management of England. Chris May's here to my left. We're obviously constrained a little bit by the one camera, so I tend to try and give a little bit of context to the field placings outside as well. So there's a run down to the third man region. Will Purser's coming in. It's a good throw, really quick on the ball there, and into Canning, the keeper.
It's an interesting kind of hybrid commentary you've got to do, because I've always been acutely conscious. I mean, I worked in the media for many years, and the acutely conscious of the difference between television commentary and radio commentary. When you've only got the one camera and the ball goes out of shot the way it does, then you've got to move into a bit of radio commentary from time to time as well.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair point as Rashid comes in. That's taken the edge, past the second slip. It's going to be 4 runs. That outstretched hand from Chris Hewison. Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. And the way you put it, a hybrid role, I think is is what it's all about. So coming back to Scotland seniors, you may well be advertising for people to get involved in commentary and see who comes forward, because I know that's one of Roger Malt's desires, is to get more commentators. So when it comes to World Cups, they take along their own commentator to the World Cup. They get to know them, the players, they get to know the opposition, and that just elevates, I guess, the quality of the output as well.
Well, knowing the Scotland seniors cricket community as I do, the thing I would probably be most wary of are those who were likeliest to volunteer. But I joke a little, but you know, it is getting the right man for the job with these things, and so obviously, you know, when you were invited to do this, someone realised that you would be able to bring quite a lot to the role, and it's important to get that. As I said earlier, it enhances it if it's a knowledgeable delivery.
Yes. I still like to play as well. But,
well, that's the thing.
I don't play to this level.
I suppose that's
not
one
over
of
40s,
one of the things we find by keeping everybody playing.
That's a good shape there from Purser.
Sometimes they're a little less available for the other roles that you would historically have expected older cricketers to get involved in.
Yes. You never know though. There may be a commentator lurking there somewhere in Scotland for you for the over 60s.
I've absolutely no doubt of that. But,
that's well bowled again. Just honing in on that middle and leg stump, or leg and middle.
Yes, I think we'll maybe have to pass the microphone round a few and see how it goes. One of our number probably should remain nameless at this point.
Oh, there's a caught and bowled, dropped. Was a sharp chance. Very straight, the drive.
It would have been a very good reaction to grab that, but it was there to be caught, right enough.
Parsons is currently on 21.
Can use that.
21 off 22, so good strike rate. 45 for 3, Scotland. A little bit slower there. That's very well bowled and well played as well. Was certainly up there to drive.
Yeah, good patience there by Drew, though. He picked up the slower ball quite well, didn't he?
Yes. England still persisting with the one slip, which I think is a good ploy here, actually. That he looks to be the danger man for Scotland at the present time. A little bit shorter there from Purser. Just allowed Parsons to get on the back foot. Gary Parks, the fielder there at point, very quick. If you watch the way he moves about, does his business, is incredibly quick. He played for Derbyshire County Cricket Club, still very, very sprightly. That's an inside edge.
It was interesting. I was down at Lord's last week watching a game in the Blast, and the last time I'd been in London to watch cricket had been around about the early 1980s, other than when I covered Fruchie winning the Village Cup at Lord's. But you know, top level cricket, the most extraordinary difference when you're seeing the fielding of county sides close up now compared with what it was like back in those days when they were a different, shall we say, a different calibre of athlete.
Yes. Well, even the fielding, I have to say, has been very high quality from England, from what I've seen in the tournament, in terms of the throwing, speed of the throw. They've obviously still got their arms.
It's another area.
We tend to lose those after a certain number of years, don't we?
Some of us have to bowl the ball in from the rope.
That's right.
Yes. Under strict instructions from consultants not to throw it.
Got a change of bowling here. Now it's going to be Taki Abbas, who's coming on with his leg spin. Played in, looking to my left, Chris, I think he played in the last, he's played for England before. Did he play in the last Triple Crown? No. Okay. There we are, that's a nice little opener there. England have also been developing the sort of like Lions as well.
Which they've got in the 60s.
They got it in 60s.
We've
and
played against them the last 3 years, I think,
Yes.
in over 60s.
Oh, that's lovely piece of bowling there. And the 50s, England over 50s have got a Lion side now, and Chris and his team have introduced a regional structure as well to the over 40s to get more players coming through that pathway. Oh, that's a great piece of bowling.
The great advantage you have, obviously, is numbers, and the fact that you've got, certainly as we've discovered in over 60s, that you've got people who are playing week in, week out in county leagues.
Still playing league cricket. Yeah.
But they're actually playing over 60s league cricket as well. You know, the Lancashire over 60s, playing Yorkshire over 60s, etc.
Yes.
And they're playing season long every Tuesday.
That's right.
So from their selectors' point of view, that's an awful lot of players to be able to look at.
A good length that Abbas is bowling there. Now that also brings other issues and problems. I mean, one of the things is you've got to be prepared to do a lot of travelling.
That is a much bigger issue south of the border. I mean, I think we've looked to...
Oh, that looked like the googly, and so he's got that in his armoury as well.
We've our much smaller numbers. We're actually probably able to create a slightly more club atmosphere with a group of people that are going to be together for quite a while. There's much more pressure.
That's a really good length, just outside the line, I would say. Be surprised if that was given out, which it isn't. So good bowling from Abbas. He's been right on it. Great over to start with, a maiden in his first over. And just looking over to my right, Wales are batting. They are currently, by the looks of things, from that very large scoreboard on the side, 38 without loss, chasing 180, and they're in the 11th over.
You're seeing a scoreboard I can't see.
No, that one's just on the right. It's an oblique angle.
Wow. Yeah. That's impressive, I think, Anthony. I definitely can't see that, so that's, I'm going to take your word for it.
39 off 10.
Right.
I think 39 for no wicket off 11 overs, chasing 180.
Yep.
Roshan De Silva and Sean Morris are the two batsmen there. Roshan, he's a lovely man. He is a lovely man.
Yeah.
Good cricketer. He was batting number 8 or 9 against England, and then came in against Scotland and batted. He opened. He got 30 odd. So he's a really fine cricketer. Bowls lovely off spin as well. Now
but
back
there
to the
are
England
an
game.
awful lot of very good cricketers playing this type of cricket. It's great to see.
Now Chris Peplow's on. Change of bowler here we have here. Oh, that's a grunt and a dive by Richard Sims there. No, that was James Duffy just looking through the sight screen. The only reason I knew that is because he's left-armed.
See, that's type of knowledge. That's what you need. You're able to pick that up right away.
Yes, he's left-handed.
I'm impressed.
Chris Peplow played cricket for Middlesex County Cricket Club, and do you know the story there, how he got his break?
No, but his name is familiar. I'm not going to lie, but.
Well, there was a very good England bowler in the days. You'll remember Phil Tufnell.
Yes,
and Phil Tufnell,
the legendary Tuffer,
went into the jungle to be a celebrity, and he won it. I think
he did win it.
He won it.
Oh,
it looks as though he's been stumped. Oh, that was a very smart piece of wicket keeping there. So that's the captain out, Sean Coetzer, stumped of the bowling of Peplow. Very fine piece. Must have just dragged his foot forward there from the popping crease. He's out for 5 of 16 balls. So we see another wicket fall for Scotland. 46 for 4. That's not a good sign, I'm afraid, for Scotland.
No, it's disappointing to see Sean coming back. Once again, just when you're starting to feel like they might be building something, the wicket falls again. And I think this has been the pattern for the last couple of days slightly. It's just can't quite get that big partnership together.
Right, new batsman in. I think that's Adnan Mufti. Looks he's a left-handed batsman.
Now, Adnan's one that I don't know terribly well, don't know much about, but I believe he played in the United Arab Emirates. May have played there internationally as well at one point. So I think I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do.
Yeah, plays for Edinburgh South. I'm reliably informed by Dave. Super player. That's fantastic. Yes, I believe he did play in the UAE and for UAE.
Yep.
Now they're a cricketing. Have you ever played cricket in the UAE?
I've not. No, I never played in the Middle East.
Well, if I can recommend it as a venue for a 40 club for a tour, and if you can go, you will love it. They have great grounds, good weather, and although it's a little bit pricey now, things have gone against the pound, but yeah, no, it's a lovely place to play cricket. Got all the facilities as well, and they're just mad for it. Absolutely mad for it. And we played on one ground. We arrived as Peppo comes in. A little bit more flight there. That was a bump ball. We arrived at something like 5 in the afternoon. We had a quick shower and then we were playing cricket at 10 o'clock in the evening. And they play round the clock, 24 hours. We had a 3-hour slot.
So the lights just stay on.
Pretty much. We had a 3-hour slot to play a T20, and they had all the cameras, everything, square leg. The only thing they didn't have was DRS, but they just play round the clock, 24 hours. And the next team was on like 2 o'clock in the morning. So they're absolutely bonkers for cricket.
I think if you've got square leg cameras, I think you agree your own DRS system, to be honest. I think that sounds...
Abbas to continue. Oh, his big appeal there wasn't coming too far forward there.
It did a fair bit, and it bounced a little bit as well, that one.
Parsons
and enough to cast some doubt for the umpire, I'm delighted to say.
Yep, benefit of the doubt, that's good. Got to be very positive against it. And that's a big shout for LBW, and he's been given out. So the sweep, it just kept low, didn't it?
That one did.
Sadly, for the
variable bounce,
batsman.
Unfortunately.
Parsons just looking to take on Abbas, who bowled a little bit quicker and fuller, and he's taken the wicket of Parsons, who's out for 22 of 29 balls.
I'm beginning to think I should stop this stint. I'm feeling like a bit of a jinx for Scotland here at the moment. It's a shame, but because it's a good batting lineup we've got here, but unfortunately,
shot selection's
not been terrific.
Well, I was watching when the England batsmen were batting against Dougie Wiley, and they were going back, and I thought that, to me, that going back and the sweep are probably two shots that you don't want to play here.
Yeah, I would agree.
You've got to really take on the bowler, either use your feet and negate the spin, or get forward and just wait, and then you're waiting for the bad ball or the fuller ball and drive. But that looks very much.
Well, Dougie's
like
had a particularly good week. I mean, he took 5 for against Ireland a couple of days ago and bowled beautifully this morning. Again, as I say, I was watching that and listening to you on the stream. I heard you saying that, and I felt the very same thing. I was hoping to see more people going back, to be honest.
And we've got more action on the pitch number 2, and that's Hiroshim de Silva who's out. 41 is the score there. They've lost their first wicket. 41 for 1 Wales are against Ireland. That's going to be I would imagine 180 could be quite a test for the Welsh batsman. 13 overs gone there, so Sean Morris is still there.
Well, since I was taking the blame for Scotland losing all these wickets, I'm going to give you the credit there for Hiroshim de Silva's dismissal after you were just talking him up a couple of minutes ago, Anthony.
Absolutely fair cop. Abbas coming in. I would imagine he has a very good googly. didn't get much of a bowl earlier. Didn't bowl too well against Wales, so didn't have too many overs, but I've seen a huge improvement in his bowling today. Had a rest yesterday, didn't play yesterday, so a little bit of relief for him.
Yeah, it looks like he's got nice control, doesn't it? And
beautiful control. Yep. And that nice loop, isn't it? Just trying to get the batsman coming forward to drive the ball, and that's a bit quicker. And I do like it when he gives it a little bit more loop, but that's going to go for 4. So Richard Sims unable to cut that off. Nice 4 off the back foot.
Well, that's good. Clearly, what we've got to do is start talking about how well England are playing, Anthony. That's the secret to this, because that 4 was straight on the back of us raving about his bowling action.
And Chris Kelty is the batsman there. Do you know much about Chris?
I do.
Oh, that just took off a little bit. That was really good bowling, and well kept down actually by Kelty. Just evaded the outstretched hand of Steve Naylor.
I've got to know Chris just this season. He's only just joined 40 Club Scotland as well, and but he strangely, because of the way things have worked out, because I guested for a touring team against 40 Club Scotland, and then played for 40 Club Scotland against Drumpelia in a match for their centenary. I've only played against him, not with him.
Chris Peplow to continue.
The tidy bat, but again, almost dreading saying that now.
Oh, that's well stopped by Richard Sims. Wasn't entirely convincing there. Didn't come to the hand straight away. Found its way to his leg first and then his hands.
Get everything behind it, that's the secret.
And the umpire's just moving to the square leg now. That's well bowled by Peplow. He's right on it straight away. That.
Certainly, the evidence of the day is that it's a nice wicket to bowl spin on.
Yes. Well, England have got 4 spin bowlers today. You've seen 2. Richard Sims also bowls slow right arm. I expect we'll see him bowling today, and might even see a bit from the 2 Park brothers as well. Although they don't bowl spin, but all that got up a little bit, didn't it? A bit more flight there, just played into the mid-wicket. Duffy's the fielder, no run there. Isn't it a treat to watch this level of cricket though? Isn't it watchable, as a product?
No, absolutely. That's I think that's probably where the 40s are, by definition, the high end of Masters cricket.
Yes.
You're seeing people who are, a lot of them still playing very high standard club cricket, and so when you get these guys together, and the point I was probably just about to make actually is it's what we are increasingly aware of when we're playing against England teams is you're not going to get any loose bowling.
No.
You're not going to get any cheap runs in the field. People cover the ground very well, get the ball in quickly, and you can't the bat all the way down as well. So that's the standards that we've got to move towards. One of the things that we've been talking a bit about in the Scotland seniors cricket setup is we have played a huge percentage of our matches against England and Australia, and really we need to start playing against some of the other countries as well, a bit more, rather than waiting until we will now be involved in. We're looking forward to being involved in World Cups in the future.
Oh yes,
but we probably we could do with playing against some of the other countries a bit more before we actually do that in the heat of the World Cup. But it's very difficult because organising tours and all the rest of it, it's all self-funded, so it's an expensive business. It's challenging to put these things on, but that's the challenge we're trying to rise to, and the enthusiasm of the players is there for it.
Yes, and just taking you up on that point and sort of digging a little deeper, have you got any thoughts on who your a tour may be, or are you just looking at the next World Cup and then just going to go for that and then go
think
further from there on?
as things stand, we've got World Cups coming up in all three age groups in probably the next year to 18 months. So those are a focus to build towards, and they will probably again give us a bit of a benchmark as to where we are with all of it.
Good.
Trips to Wales and Ireland are obviously very feasible, as well as England have been, as much as they are our ancient rivals, they have been a phenomenal ally in helping us develop what we're trying to develop. I think it's mutually beneficial.
Yes.
It's in England's interest for there to be competitive teams for them to prepare against and play without having to travel too far as well. But from our perspective, the opportunities we've had to go, for example, the over 60s went down at the start of this season. We played games against Yorkshire, Lancashire and the North East, Durham and the North East in successive days. You should have seen the state of the people being glued together by the end of that. But we won the last of those games as well, so that was quite encouraging. And since then we've been back down for a short trip as well, where we've played against England again. So it's and we've got another trip to Solihull later in the year for our Triple Crown competition against Wales, England and the England Lions. Realistically, those are the trips that we can make at the moment. Ireland would come into the equation as well, potentially.
Taki Abbas to continue. Bowling a really good line and length here, Abbas. Yeah, I think that all sounds very sensible to me. And the World Cup is something you do need to prepare for at least 12 months in advance, both fitness, getting the players' commitment, being able to select a side. I mean, obviously I appreciate people maybe have stopped working and more free time, but there are still some players that will be working.
Even in the 60s we've got lads who are still working.
Yeah,
I mean, there are a fair few who are available much more, but
that one was kept out, kept a little low. I think it is very dangerous to go back here, especially to Abbas, who does vary his pace very well. There's nothing wrong with the pitch, it's just that it comes on a bit quicker. That's a nice little turn around the corner. No, I think that sounds very sensible, and obviously you want to
and the other element
grow
is
the numbers, but also the quality of the offering that you're offering as well.
When England have touring teams coming in, this year we only, after a great deal of work by, in particular, Clark McConaughey, one of our committee members, who's taken responsibility for it. We've got into the International Masters Cricket setup this year, so it was a little bit too late. We got a message almost immediately from the West Indies saying, we wish we'd known that you guys were up and ready to go, because we were touring England and would have liked the game, but Australia came, we played against them, that was terrific. They were the first event that Scotland Senior Cricket put on here about a month or so ago. I believe quite a few of the Aussie party have said that was their favourite trip, the favourite venue of the tour. They had a great experience here.
Playing on this track with the
here.
William Wallace Monument in the background.
And so again, incoming tours are an opportunity for us. I think the USA were also in England this year, so we would like to think that we'll now be able to build on that, but this year was just a bit too soon for it. Next we're going back, so probably the year in between World Cups for each age group will be the opportunity to then think about, do we go on a tour, and also, as I say, if people are coming into for bigger tours of England, they come up and play against our guys, which I think they're enthusiastic to do.
Yes, they will be. Yes, they will be. Scotland hosted England hosted Scotland over 50s at Lansdowne Cricket Club, and that was a big success. And that's a lovely ball from Chris Peplow. And again, that's the outside edge. That trip was a benchmark for our 50s, and I think they will realise what they've got to do on the back of that as well. That one went very close to the edge of the bat. Yes, it's all followed a bit of a pattern that the first time we've played against England at each age group has been a really difficult game for us. And that's again a beautiful piece of bowling. That wasn't as close as maybe the reaction from Chris Peplow suggested, but it's probably closer to the bat.
Show the batsman a bit of theatrics as well, don't you?
A little change in the field. We're going to bring in the Richard Sims to the gully region, just looking for him. Oh, there, nearly came off there. There's a thinking cricketer, Chris Peplow, and knows his field, knows his cricket. 51 for 5 Scotland after 16 overs. We're in the second power play now, and that's gone up a little bit in the air, but the man at mid-wicket, Sean Heather, lucky to his friends.
Lucky White.
Or as he is also been told, Voldemort. I actually coined, we had yesterday, the sight screen team was Sean Heather and Chris Hewison, and I inadvertently called them the Mitchell brothers from EastEnders because they looked from a distance like that, and it was almost like seeing, is it Grant and Phil? But they laughed at it. Fortunately, we're all quite thick-skinned, aren't we, at our age? And
fortunately, at our age, we're all have to remember the Mitchell brothers being on the telly. I mean, not being a huge EastEnders fan, I'm not going to lie, but even I know who they are. So yeah.
Abbas to continue. Oh, that's a good hit. The man's out there. Should be taken. Easy catch there. Gary Parks, the fielder. He doesn't drop many, so good piece of bowling from Abbas. They're right in the slot for Mufti, but he just put it down the throat of Gary Parks. So the 6th wicket falls for Scotland, 51 for 6. And this is looking a little bit like a rout, but it's not, in terms of the just batsmen really getting themselves out.
They are. You mentioned shot selection earlier on there. It was a good enough strike, but the man was there waiting for that shot. It's a shame.
Didn't go very hard at it though. I mean, if he was going to look to put it out, and over the boundary, really give it everything. That bat speed. We talk about that, in playing cricket and that power hitting. But you've really got to be in the right position. You're coming through there, and that hand speed is really important.
And that requires there's a lot of risk involved in a shot like that, so it requires full commitment to it. I mean, he possibly got caught a little bit in between there in terms of whether he was going to go full blast at it, but
he did look in two minds there. So it's the new batsman is David Holloway, isn't it?
The wicket keeper.
Yeah, new batsman. Thought he kept very well. England.
Yeah, he's been a newcomer this season, and been a bit of a revelation as a keeper. He's certainly a very athletic wicket keeper. He's taken some spectacular catches in the short time he's been playing with the Scotland senior setup.
Oh, that's good. So on the other pitch, England are 51. Sorry, Scotland are 51 for 6, and Wales are 51 for 1. So scores are even. They're in the 16th over, and England are in the 17th over. Sean Rashid just coming onto the pitch. He's just taken a sweater.
I'd far rather be in Wales' position with wickets in hand and a much smaller total to be pursuing than Scotland.
Seem a long way off, but you never know. Cricket is a funny game. 51 for 6. Scoreboard to my right. Just got to catch up.
Yeah.
Kelty's on 5 or 15. Abbas is 2 for 5 off his 3.2 so far. I do hope you're enjoying the coverage. Our thanks to NV Play, who are here. I believe the gentleman from NV Play is here today helping Chris, and we thoroughly enjoy the sort of platform that NV Play has and the highlights package that's created by Chris.
Ken.
Oh, the gentleman is Ken from NV Play, so thank you to NV Play. England sensing a little bit of blood here, I think.
It feels
51
that way at the
for
moment.
6.
There's
They'll
no
be
two ways
looking to
about
finish
it.
things off early. Looks to be just the ideal bowler, Abbas, for this wicket today. And he's got good control over his leg spin as he takes his cap. End of the over. And he is currently 2 for 5, so very economical 4 overs so far.
Well, it feels as if, unsurprisingly in any way, England have paid attention to what happened in the first innings. They saw the way that Iggy Wiley and Ryan Hepburn bowled at them and kept things under control. And as I say, they've built off that. Their bowling, their slow bowlers really do have a stranglehold on this innings at the moment. There's no two ways about it.
No change. Everyone pretty much close inside the 30-yard circle. Oh, that's just come up. England maybe looking to put a man in there short on the offside. Got the one slip in the shortish gully. They're very close. Oh, again. He's making that ball talk, Chris Peplow. Got a point, extra cover, short extra. Will Purser is the man at mid-off, Sean Parker's at mid-on, mid-wicket and square leg. Piece of fielding there, by Rashid. It's Taki Abbas, just diving to his right. Not quite sure what happened there. It looked as though there was a little bit of laughter in the camp.
Bit of a refusal, yep.
Yeah. Oh, that's a smashing piece of bowling there by Chris Peplow.
Really is.
He looks as though he's got it on a string, doesn't he?
Good.
Absolute class.
Total control at the moment,
Yes.
and of course, feeling very confident about that too.
Isn't there something about bowling though? Just probably like batting. And the ball's gone up in the air, just short. Oh, it could be a run out. No. Got back in time. Isn't there something about confidence and cricket?
Everything. It's absolutely everything.
Whether you've got if you've got the rhythm, your mind's in the right, your head's in the right place, isn't it? And you like. Chris Peplow's just got the batsman all tangled up, hasn't he, over shot selection.
As a bowler, that key word is rhythm. I mean, once you get into a rhythm, you feel like you put the ball exactly where you're looking to. As a batsman, confidence. Well, we all know the difference, between a confident batsman and somebody who's wondering where his next run's coming from. But Chris does look like he's bowling extremely well, and he's got our boys in a lot of bother. However, I was momentarily distracted there, Anthony, because I just picked up a message. I told you earlier on about the importance of delegation in our setup, and our communications man has been in touch with me to say that I must shamelessly plug our Scotland Over 60s podcast. Still in the game. Shamelessly ripping off the title of Scotland's most famous comedy programme of recent years, and as I say, that's been going out on an irregular basis over the last 2 or 3 months. And again, that's all about looking to promote Scotland's seniors cricket and what we're trying to do. So, Kevin, if you're listening, as I know you are, I hope that you consider that to be job done, and my congratulations to him on all his work with that and on the website.
Oh, that's been struck through the mid-wicket region, a little bit cross-batted, but with great effect. 4 runs. Needed a little bit of that risk and reward. 4 more to the total. 55 for 6. So I call that shamelessly plugged.
I feel that my work here is done, Anthony,
okay.
Unless you particularly need me to stay any longer to watch. With a bit of luck, if I go away, Scotland will now recover beautifully. How does that sound?
It's been a pleasure having you on the commentary, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, sir.
I hope our paths cross. Kevin Ferry there, and what a lovely man, and talking about lots of things cricket. Oh, a little inside edge. He was hoping things probably would improve for the Scotland side by going, but that looked awfully close there. Kept low, but going back on the track to this spinner might not be the best option. 2 slips waiting, hands on knees. That's better. Look much more positive there. Holloway just responding to the pitch there and the ball. It's a little bit fuller. Abbas just tossing that ball up, got the confidence and rhythm. There he is. Oh, that's lovely. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another England fielder there in that little ring there. That's a really fine over from him. 2 for 9 so far off his 5 overs. Showed a lot of confidence, and when leg spin is bowled well, it looks beautiful, but when it's not confidently bowled and you get rank long hops, it can really let the batsmen in as they go back, pull across the line, and probably score at a fairly quick rate. And that's when it can all go horribly wrong. We were talking about rhythm for the bowler, and one of the things I've noticed about all the England bowlers is that they've all had a good rhythm and really tested all the nation's batting. And the master of that is this man, Chris Peplow. He's bowled his slow left arm with such accuracy. Good flight. It's changed the pace of the delivery. A little bit more flight on occasions, but importantly he's got his field in the right place as well. A little bit wide of that. It's driven. Taki Abbas is the fielder there, but that was a good shot for no run. Little tentative prod there from Kelty. See him go through with that shot. Keeping it down, of course. Here we are. Just finding the fielder there. Duffy's a very good fielder there. Got a lovely left arm. Want to take on the arm of Duffy. Looks as though he's getting into the rhythm there, Kelty, but another maiden for Peplow. He's currently 1 for 1 off 5, and that's the control that I was talking about in the rhythm. So England have still got a couple of other spinners that they'll look to bring on. Richard Sims, I'm sure, is one of them. On the other pitch, 63 for 1 Wales are, chasing 180, and they're in the 21st over. Hiroshan De Silva's the man out at the moment, but laid a good platform there, 63 for 1. Taki Abbas comes in. No run there. Sean Rashid just out of your shot is the man at mid-on. That's a nice drive for no run. Sean Heather again just patrolling that little inner ring. He's got a very quick arm on him.
You said you wanted to go in the river gap.
And that's a bump ball. Runs at a premium here for Scotland. Will Purser, beautiful bit of fielding there. Good throw into the keeper Canning. So impressed with Ryan Canning's innings today. Came in a reasonably difficult time. Still knew that there was a lot of batting behind him, but stuck to the task. And that's swept, and that's a beautiful shot. 4 runs over the square leg. Just took on the bowling of Abbas there, and that resulted in a very fine 4 runs. So it moves the score on to 59 for 6. Lovely contact there for Holloway. This little trial by spin for Scotland is proving very fruitful for England, but they're sticking to the task here, the Scotland batsmen. Just need time at the wicket. End of the over, and the score is 59 for 6. Holloway's on 8 and Kelty on 5. Not really interested too much in the ball's face. The fact that they're still there is good. Bass 2 for 13. Still got Steve Naylor, who bowls his right arm off spin, and Richard Sims, another off spinner, to come into the attack. Peplow to continue. That's doing a little bit there. I know that's coming from the camera, which is at the commentary end. You can't see the turn, but just looking from where I am on the commentary pod, that's causing all sorts of issues there for Kelty. He's got to keep coming forward, looking to drive, or use his feet and hit over the top. There's a single there. That's a missed single there for Scotland. Not communication there. Just an acknowledgement there from Holloway that he could have got through there for a single. And they've just, if I may be ever so critical, very slightly, they're not looking for the runs here. They're just looking to play the ball. Whereas I think at this stage they need to be looking for some runs. Dropped, and there's no run there, so this is all a bit too easy for England in the field. Sean Heather, like to see a little bit more intent here from Kelty, a little bit quicker. Anyway, another maiden for Peplow. 7 overs, 1 for 1. I think that tells the tale really today. Slow bowlers union are in the box seat. It's been tough for the medium pacers today, but the slow bowlers seem to have profited, certainly from England's side. And here's one of those who has, Taki Abbas, who's loving bowling today. I can see it. He's just got that confidence as he throws the ball up and flips it out the back of those fingers. I can only say that how difficult it must have been trying to face Shane Warne in his pomp, well, any of his, just bowling. The variety of the deliveries and the consistency and accuracy that Taki Abbas has got today in abundance. It's just proving very difficult for the batsman to get him away. And that's another example of that. He's bowled almost a slider that's just gone on, and that was a lovely ball. Quicker, lower, went back, and it wasn't there to do that. Almost a little bit fuddled by the ball. So that's Holloway out for 8 of 19 balls, and Scotland have moved on to 59 for 7. That was a fine piece of bowling. You'll just see that on the replay now. Just have a look at the wrist position of Abbas as he comes in. And unfortunately you didn't see the end product there with the stumps, but his wrist position was just ever so different to the leg spin ball, which is his stock delivery, and then the googly. So unfortunately for Scotland, this trial by spin continues. 59 for 7 Scotland. Long way off the pace now. Current run rate is 2.53, and the target is, I would say, well out of range for Scotland now. Taki Abbas to continue. The new batsman coming in is Dan Steyer. forward. Listen to the commentary. Dan, if you have been, that certainly looks a very good shot. That's a shout for LBW. That's a long way down. I don't think the umpire will be giving that. Two balls to come in the over. Taki Abbas and Peplow working in unison. So it's got things on a string. That's a lovely shot. No single there. Sean Parks, the fielder, that's picked up the ball after the deflection from Taki Abbas. Has got a lovely smile on his face. He knows he's bowling well. Great to see that. Great to see as well. Leg spin bowlers, absolute premium in over 40s cricket. Don't see too many. England also have Mohammed Akhtar, who's a very fine bowler, who also plays for England over 40s. Plays his cricket down in Ilford. He's a very fine leg spin bowler as well. Played in the 2024 World Cup. Chris Peplow to continue. Astoundingly good figures of 1 for 1 as let's just play down to the gully region. The man is Chris Hewison there. Imposing figure there. Oh, we've got a little bit more height on that. But again, a great piece of fielding there from Taki Abbas. Just diving to his right. His overs here. Peplow. I think the Scotland batsman just want to see him off. He's in his 7th over now. That's a great drive, and he's got a run for his valiant effort so far in keeping Chris Peplow out. Single there to Kelty. Great over there from Chris Peplow. On the other pitch, Wales 79 for 1, chasing down Ireland's 180. Sean Morris is still there, which is good to see for Sean, especially as he kicked commentating with me, which was great. Took himself round the boundary once just to get rid of all his hatred of cricket and batting, and then sat down for 45 overs to talk about it. Abbas to continue, 3 for 13. That's a beautiful ball, went past the outside edge there. Kelty's having a little bit of a tough time here against the spin of Peplow and Abbas. See him just ripping that ball out of the fingers as he comes up. 1, 2, 3, 4 pace. Just a little bit more on the leg stump region. Get that ball to turn, just to open up Kelty. Play that shot on the onside. There we are. That's a little bit uppish. Sean Heather, the man, diving there in the mid-wicket region, just out of your shot. Sorry, the short extra region. Great piece of fielding. Nice piece of fielding there by Duffy. All in one hand. all in one motion. Picked it up and through. A little bit wider there from Abbas, and that's given us. I think a lot of credit must go here to David Hughes, the England coach for this tournament, who's worked tirelessly with the England team as their coach. Big thank you for David and the amount of time he's put in. So well done, Hughesy. All your hard work is paying off with the lads. They looked under any pressure in this game, even when they lost those 2 wickets, but then they recovered. And they're certainly going through the gears here. So 61 for 7 is the Scotland score. Abbas has 3 for 14 off his 8 overs so far, so that's very, very good figures. Right, we've got a change in the bowling. It's going to be that man, Steve Naylor. He's going to be bowling his right arm off spin from the William Wallace end. This might be a little bit more to the liking of the Scotland batsman, only because he might actually loop it up a little bit more. Won't be as flat a bowler as Chris Peplow, so that might just free them up a little bit. So mid-wicket, mid-deep square might be the area. Right-handed batsman. Got up a nice cut off the back foot. Just a touch too short there from Naylor to start with. Needs to just get that length up a little bit further. This one played off the hips. Could be 2 runs. Sean Rashid is the fielder chasing that. Just looking to turn that round the corner. Not a lot of pace on the ball there from Naylor, so it's going to have to be quite a convincing shot from Steyer to get that pace needed to get past the infield. In fact, Rashid's just moved to the edge of the circle. Got the man there, Sean Park, who's in at the short square, just negating just there the single. And Sean Heather at the mid-wicket region. So 2 close fielders there. They'll be looking for anything that pops up, either a catch or just to snaffle that ball. It's a little bit of width. Wales, on the other hand, 91 for 1. They are going great guns against the Irish. They're halfway there to their target, 180. Was the Ireland score, but they're 24 overs in, so they've got 20 overs. That's going to be quite a close game, I suspect, at the end. Unless one of the batsmen gets going. Sean Morris is still there. Looks like he's Yvonne Shields is bowling there. In comes Abbas. And that's nicely played off the back foot. That'll run away for 4 runs. So that's a good shot. A little bit shorter there from Abbas. Kelty very watchful and played a nice shot off the back foot for 4. Abbas 3 for 18 now. He's in his last over. Great to see him have a long spell. Oh, that was close. Got an inside edge there. Just went to the mid-wicket region. He was telling me that he originally trialled as a batsman actually for England, but he's become more of a bowler. He's always bowled. That's very well bowled. Exciting prospect, I think, Taki Abbas for England over 40s. Looks as though he's got a little bit of variety there, which is really important for a leg spin bowler. That's well forward by Steyer. Quicker and off the back foot. Richard Sims equal to the task there. Diving to his right, saves a 4. Good fielding from England here. Right on it, tight. Oh, he's right behind that, Steyer. He's not having any of that going past the bat. End of the over, so they're quickly round, and we're getting very close to the next power play and drinks. So 3 for 19 by Taki Abbas off his 9 overs. A very fine spell of bowling. Dan Steyer is 2 of 15 and Kelty 11 of 46. It's going to be Kelty who's facing, and Naylor is the bowler. A little bit of change of field here. Sean Park just moving his brother Gary Park. Right, we've got a leg slip in now. Sean Park's come into leg slip. I think that's a good move. There, he's just looking at and targeting that leg stump. Big grin on the face there of Steve Naylor. A plan almost came to part or to pass. Sean Rashid is just behind square. If it goes a little bit too wide. One slip, which is Chris Hewison. Taki Abbas at the point region. Extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, in standard positions. Mid-wicket is Sean Heather, and then Richard Sims deep out on the... Oh, a little bit uppish. And James Duffy, what a great stop. Just dive there. Nice round of applause from the other England lads for him. Good team spirit there. This is exactly what our winning team is. Obviously always got a good team spirit. Do like the way Kelty's going about his business here. He's not giving in. He's showing a lot of character here. He's faced 48 balls, 49. That one went down the leg. That's a wide. Although it's been hard for him. It's 50 balls he's faced. 2 balls left in the over. Well run single there. I love the way Steve Naylor's just looking very questionably at Rashawn Rashid, saying, how did you let him get a single? Bowlers are... and that's very well forward. I was going to say nuggety about not wanting runs, and rightly so if they're bowling. Anyway, that's the end of the over. Very good over from Naylor there. 0 for 3 off his 2. And Chris Peplow is coming on from the commentary end, so I think he's got 1 over left. So he's going to have a pop from this end. Meanwhile, on pitch number 2, Wales have reached the 100 mark, 100 for 1. So they're making quite light work actually of the Ireland score of 180. They've still got 19 overs left to get 80 runs with 9 wickets in hand. Peplow. Oh, that kept a little bit low, but it was not given as a wide, although it went down the leg side. I think the batsman, he feels, must have just come across his stumps. Oh, that's a drop at point by Rashid. Went up, went hard, and went down. There's a little bit of a spitting cobra there. Nothing that Kelty could do about that, other than take one in the neck, which it looks as though he's done. A little bit wider there from, yep, that's given us a wide. I think that's a fair decision from the umpire there. Peplow has bowled magnificently well. He's actually got one left after this. I do apologise, I thought it was his last over, but he's only 1 for 2. A little bit more flight there, and driven for 4 runs. So that's a nice reply from Kelty, who's stuck around for a bit. Weathered the turning ball and what's been bowled at him. So 4 to the total. Takes him on to 16 off 56 balls so far. That's exactly what needs to be done here. Gritty innings required. Doesn't need to be pretty, but it's very effective what he's doing so far. Not going to get to the total, but that's still a very long way away. 167 is the... Sorry, 163 runs to win off 91 balls with only 3 wickets in hand. Drinks break is upon us. We're going to take a short break as we then enter the third power play and the last 15 overs of this tournament and the game. We'll take a short break and we'll be back in about 5 minutes. Wide ball given. Steve Naylor just putting that down the leg side. Well, Wales have lost a second wicket on the top pitch. 103 for 2 now. Sean Morris is the man out. As he trudges off. Peplow to continue his last over. Naylor's 0 for 8 off 3 so far. So he's bowled well, but without too much impact on the Scottish batting. So 2 slips, short extra, point. Oh, that's a big shout for LBW. Might just be going down the leg. Peplow's just looking, thinking, what is that missing? But not out is the call from the umpire. He's still fighting away there. He's just survived that LBW appeal. Looked very close actually on the replay. Oh, and that's a catch. Just looking for some confirmation. No, it was just looked that was though that dropped before him, but very smartly taken. Oh, that's done everything. Everything but nick the bat. So Peplow has been extraordinary in his 1 for 7. 1 for 7 off 9. Is, sorry, 8.5 is his current bowling. That's a very, very fine spell of bowling there from Chris Peplow. He's 1 for 7 off 9. Had some great outdoor weather here in Scotland for this quadrangular tournament, the Triple Crown. Still very bright, the clouds just lifting here. Nice blue sky coming over the William Wallace Monument. Pitched outside leg, so not sure why Dan Steyer didn't play at that, but didn't fancy it. Playing that on the onside. He's gone back to that. So Scotland just going through the motions a little bit here. Just looking to bat out. And that's gone up in the air. It's going to be 4 runs. It's not going to get that. And so that's come off the outside edge. He's probably looking to get a little bit more bat on that Steyer. At the top edge on the sweep, the attempted sort of slog sweep. Got a nice setup there. And it's a shout for LBW, and he's been given out. A full toss, and he missed it. And that was obviously going on to hit stumps, and he's been given out. So he's out for 10 of 26 balls, and Scotland move on to 84 for 8. Very unfortunate way to get out there. went down on one knee, just looking to, you know, to push that over the boundary on the leg side, but missed it all together. 84 for 8 is the score. Dan Steyer made 10 off 26 ball, and he was out LBW to Naylor. Right, Naylor's 1 for 13 in his fourth over. We're in his fourth over, so England need 2 more wickets to secure the Triple Crown. Raj Varuna is the new bat, left-handed bat, and it's going to be Naylor with his right arm off spin. He's looking to take the wicket. He's got 2 balls left in this over. 116 for 2. Wales chasing Ireland's 180 on the top pitch. A little bit quicker there from Naylor. Just goes back for Varuna. Sat up a little bit there, brings Kelty down to the other end. That's the end of the over. So a good over from Steve Naylor there. 1 for 13. Sorry, 1 for 14. Apologies, that was a 1 off the last ball there. And 85 for 8 is the score. Right, we've got a change of bowling. I thought he might come on soon. Richard Sims is going to be bowling with his right arm off spin. Had a very good knock. This is first ball. This is his first bowl of the Triple Crown. So it's been wonderful commentating. Not that this is the sort of death knell for Scotland, but I'd just like to thank a few of the people that have assisted with the commentary. A little bit quicker there from Sims. Had some very interesting contributions. Sean Morris from Wales got things going. Sims comes in. Been out first ball, and then proceeded to assist with the commentary in the England-Wales game. Had a very impressive Alex Steele, who was recounting some of the wonderful stories that he has and still plays cricket with the oxygen pack on his back. A bit quicker there. Also had a very personable and highly respected Omar Henry, international cricketer, who was on earlier today. Lovely to hear him and his new role as president of Cricket Scotland, and what his vision of the future is. It was an absolute privilege to speak to him. That's gone past the outside edge. Ball's quite quick, Richard. That's quickly threw that over for a maiden. Also had Kevin Ferry on today, which has been lovely, talking about Scotland's seniors cricket, over 60s cricket in Scotland, now in the IMC. Obviously I know that the over 50s are also very much part of the IMC as well, and their captain Michael Lowe, and he came down to Lansdowne Cricket Club and played England over 50s. Also had Paul Coffey, who's the tournament director. It's good to find out what he's been doing with himself since we met up in Sri Lanka. There's an appeal there, I'm not sure for what, but no one else was interested other than Steve Naylor. It's got right across there. Kelty stuck it out here. Kelty. Also had David Hughes on, the England coach. Gave us a little insight to what the good work that he's doing with the England over 40s and where they're going. What he looks for in the players in terms of that. That's just lifted up over the infield. There is a fielder down there. Richard Sims is the fielder. Got a very strong arm. And Alan Lewis on, the Ireland coach. What a privilege to sit alongside him. He's got that perfect lilt in his voice. Oh, that's a great piece of bowling from Naylor. Gone past the outside edge of the left-handed Varuna. So managed to get through a cut, I think about a packet of fags actually while he was commentating as well, which was again something new to me whilst you're commentating. But we've had beautiful weather here. We've been outside. I've been sitting outside the gazebo actually for 3 days. Lovely sunshine, enjoying the weather. So we've had a wonderful array of commentators. If I've missed anyone out, my sincere apologies. Every one of those that have assisted me with the commentary for this England Seniors website production, it's been fantastic. So thank you very much. Right, last 10 overs of the game and the Triple Crown here. Scotland 86 for 8. Just gone through the hands of Naylor there. Bowls a very quick off break here, Richard Sims. He's not flighting it like what Chris Peplow was doing with the left arm orthodox, or Naylor just gives it a little bit more flight. So it's the left-handed Waruna, sorry, who's facing. A little bit of purchase there, but 2 runs to the total. We'll pick that up quickly through. And that's edged and held on the second attempt by Chris Hewison. So Waruna is out, caught by Chris Hewison at the second attempt off the bowling of Richard Sims. So England only need 1 more wicket to wrap up this Scotland innings. 89 for 9. Played a very gritty innings. 68 balls he's faced so far for his 18. It just shows you how difficult it has been to bat against these England bowlers, who've really raised the whole sort of level of over 40s cricket. I know they're missing their original name skipper, which was Darren Stevens. But Sean Park has done a fantastic job in stand-in, and from what I've seen, he's a great leader of this team. Very selfless captain who, like Steve-O, tends to put others before him, both in the batting and the bowling department. A great cohort of players that he's got around him. Right, so last rights now for Scotland. Wiley is the new incoming batsman, left-hander. Richard Sims coming round the wicket to him. Perfect combination for the ball going past the bat. Goes back, no run. Wonder what his approach will be. Whether he will just look to play out the overs or go for it. Don't think there's much point in playing out the overs, so it'd be nice to see him play some shots, which he looks to try and do, just by trying to sweep that one round the corner. Big smile on the face from Richard Sims as he takes his cap, and that's a fine over. Good start for him, 1 for 3 off 2. Kelty is going to be facing. Steve Naylor to continue. You just saw the worm there, how the light blue of England is very much in the ascendancy over the Scotland dark blue on the worm, on the run rate. Great consistency of bowling there from Naylor. Played off the offside. That's a nice shot from Kelty there. Yes. 9 wickets down, and a 4 to Kelty, 22. And he's bowled 70. He's faced 70 deliveries so far. So 93 for 9. From the 37th over. Very imposing, 149 runs required off remaining 52 balls with 1 wicket in hand. Pretty much tells the tale of where we are at the moment. A bit more flight from Naylor. On the other pitch, Wales 113 for 2, chasing 180. Overs are starting to elapse for them. They're in the 31st over as we speak, so they're going to have a little bit of a mounting to climb unless they get going soon. Just looking to put the pad forward there, Kelty. Not looking to play shots at all. It's great to see him try and push things along. I don't think there's much point in just playing out the remaining overs, personally. I know it's nice to do that, but it's not going to go anywhere. 93 for 9, Scotland. Wiley's not out on 0 after 2 balls. Kelty, 73 balls he's faced for his 22. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge. Good bowling from Sims there. A little bit quicker in the delivery. Going down the leg side, I think was the feeling perhaps of the umpire as the appeal came in from Richard Sims. Oh, that was close. That was very close. much action there. 1 for 3 off that maiden from Sims. 15 for 2 Wales, chasing 180 now. They're in the second over. Samir Dutt is the bowler for Ireland at the moment on the other pitch. I heard the cry from Gary Park, or Sean Rashid actually it was, on the boundary. Come on batsman, swing that willow. He's just looks as though he's fending off everything, but I'm not sure why. He's clearly not intent on taking on the bowler or scoring runs, unless it's right up there. Shout for LBW. Umpire Hoffman not interested in that. Exaggerated appeal there from Steve Naylor, almost pleading. That's driven, no run. James Duffy just coming round in that short extra region. Looks very promising though for England for the over 40s World Cup in Barbados in November 2026. Oh, that looks as though it might have been a catch. Umpire Hoffman not interested there. That's a very sharp take from Canning behind the stumps. Got high on the batsman, but no contact with bat or glove. Bit shorter and cut, and that's going to be 4 runs. So he's got 4 runs off the last ball of Naylor's over there. 1 for 23 off 7. He just takes his cap and wanders away thinking, how did that happen? $120 for 2 Wales, chasing 180, so they need 60 or 13 overs. Could be interesting. Right, Sims to continue. That's uppish. It should be out. And he's dropped it. So Heather, who's been ever so reliable, I think that's Sean Heather, has been ever so reliable all tournament. Dive forward and it just popped out as his elbows hit the ground, which is a common occurrence. But he's in the right position. Sims thought he got the wicket there. That's a nice return throw from him. He's certainly in the action there. Took a really nasty bump on the head yesterday as the ball reared up as he dived. Ball reared up out of the foot marks of one of the other pitches, and oh, what's happened there? Just slightly blinded by the batsman from the commentary end. Looks as though that turned a little bit, but not enough. Yeah, took one right on the head. No bruise, nothing. That's gone up a little bit. Oh, Peplow has made a magnificent, and he's been given out, run out. So that's the end of the game. Peplow made a beautiful dive to his right, just outside of the screen, and through with his left hand. A remarkable piece of fielding there, just the sort of standards that England have set. And that's the end of the game. So Scotland are all out for 97. Wiley's out for 0 after 12 balls, and Kelty is not out, 26 off 80 balls. So we give you a little bit of a rundown as the handshakes between the England team and the opposition take place. Let's just run through the England bowling and the batting. So Stuart Campbell, he was out for 6 off 23 balls, caught by Sean Heather, bowled by Sean Rashid. Ryan Watson was caught by Richard Sims, bowled by Sean Rashid, who bowled very well at the early part of the Scotland innings for 0 off 3 balls. Johannes van E came in as a pinch hitter. That didn't pay off, sadly. He had a little bit of a niggle on his calf or knee. He was bowled by Purser for 6 off 7. Drew Parsons was LBW to Taki Abbas, who bowled fantastically well for 22 off 29. Sean Kutzer stumped by Ryan Canning, bowled by Chris Peplow for 5 off 16. Adnan Mufti was out for 0 off 10, caught by Gary Park. Very easy catch in the deep, right in the mid-wicket region of Taki Abbas for 0 off 10. Chris Kelty was not out there. Belligerent innings from him, 26 off 80 balls. David Holloway was out for 8 off 19 balls, bowled by Taki Abbas. Daniel Steyer was LBW to Steve Naylor. That was that full toss which hit him flush on the pads in front for 10 off 26. Raj Varuna was out for 3 off 13, caught by Christopher Hewison, bowled by Richard Sims, and Doug Wiley was the man who was run out by Chris Peplow as that final piece of fielding where he dived to his right and threw with his left for 0 off 12 balls. 11 extras, 3 leg byes, 8 wides, all out for 97 off 39 point overs. And the bowlers, Will Purser, 1 for 18 off 6 with 2 maidens. Sean Rashid, 2 for 24 off 5 with no maidens. Taki Abbas, who I thought was the bowler of the day for England today, 3 for 19 off 3. Chris Peplow, equally splendid in the task, 9 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 7. Steve Naylor, 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 23. And Richard Sims, 3.4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 3. So, an absolutely wonderful Triple Crown tournament. England win the Triple Crown and retain that from last year, and they've done it in splendid style by getting Scotland all out for 97. Thank you for your company during these last 3 days. It's been wonderful being hosted here at Stirling County Cricket Club, and we very much look forward to next year's Triple Crown, wherever that may be. Until then, thanks very much, and keep tuning in September when England have 3 further fixtures. One against Wales, which is a T20 doubleheader at Hammerwich, a one-day international against India the following day, and a further one-day international at Datchet Cricket Club on the 8th of September. So until then, we'll sign off and wish you all the best.